What? That's all I got. Eric will probably be here in, maybe an hour. He's trying to get off work early. So, once again, what? Echo? I don't know why there's echo. Weird. Let me try and fix the echo. I'm good? Good. Okay, we're gonna break down everything. Everything from the Heat's failure to get Damian Lillard, from the Blazers doing this trade. I'm gonna give my opinions. I don't even know what to think right now. I'm gonna break down Phoenix's end of this, because DeAndre Ayton is now a Portland Trailblazer. Damian Lillard he's not a Miami Heat. He's a Milwaukee Buck. This is much like the Donovan Mitchell situation that happened last season, where a team comes out of nowhere. In just yesterday, I think it was, I said any competent front office knows that Miami does not have enough for Damian Lillard. Well, I was very, very, very wrong. I was very, very wrong. This saga, this is such a fitting end to such a crazy saga. Because I absolutely did not see this coming. Nobody saw this coming. Nobody could put their finger on this saga and accurately put it into words whatsoever. And I'm just at kind of a loss for words right now. Chat, before I even start, for all the Blazer fans in here, I know we have some Heat fans that have been joining the channel lately, but unfortunately, they don't get Damian Lillard. Instead, Damian Lillard goes to the rival Milwaukee Bucks for a package that I think Miami could have beaten. I will go into how I would feel if I'm a Heat fan, and how I think they did, how I think Krona did. But Blazers fans, here's a chat poll. Grade this trade for Portland. Let me think a couple donos before we get into it. Shout out to Iverson, $2 dono. Says, it was good knowing y'all, Tori and Eric. Iverson is a Suns fan. He is mad. The Suns get Jusuf, Nurkic, Keon Johnson, Nasir Little. Shout out to Hyperprime, $2 donation. Says, it's scary hours for the league now. Thank you, Hyperprime, for the $2 donation. So, Blazer fans, vote in the chat poll. My initial reaction was, what the hell are we doing? But I didn't realize we got Jrue Holiday in the deal. I reacted a little too fast on Twitter because I had a tweet that said, Cronin effing sucks. But I misread a tweet. I thought the Bucks were keeping Jrue Holiday. But that doesn't even make sense because they had to trade him for salary. So, let me just break this down. Let me go to Woj. My Twitter's popping off right now. We got a tweet from Dame's cousin Brookfield Deuce saying he's going viral tonight, and I'm looking forward to what he has to say. Because the twists and turns of this saga have just been absolutely fascinating. This situation needs a 30 for 30 in 30 years. So, Portland, I didn't even know this. Okay, so Dame goes to Milwaukee as part of a 3-team deal with Jrue Holiday, DeAndre Ayton, Toumani Camara. That's actually a quietly solid part of this trade, in my opinion. The Blazers got Toumani Camara. They also get a 2029 unprotected Milwaukee first-round pick and unprotected swap rights in 2028 and 2030. So if Milwaukee is bad by then, those picks could be really, really good. However, Giannis is a bit young. I don't expect those picks to be that good, but once Dame's, retired, I think he'll be retired by 2028. How do they replace them with no assets? But then again, they didn't really have much in the way of assets, and they just got Damian freaking Lillard. So it seems like Milwaukee will find a way. Phoenix trades away DeAndre Ayton and Toumani Camara and gets back Jusuf Nurkic, Grayson Allen, Nasir Little, and Keon Johnson. That is the trade. From the Phoenix, Ayton, Portland standpoint, I actually really like this trade for Portland because Portland essentially traded Jusuf, Nurkic, Nasir Little, and Keon Johnson for DeAndre Ayton and Toumani Camara. And I would have rather had Toumani Camara than Keon Johnson. I think Toumani Camara looked good in Summer League. Long, mobile, forward, defensive potential, had some offensive flashes in Summer League for the Suns. I shouldn't start off talking about Toumani Camara in a deal like this, obviously, but underrated piece of this trade. That's all I'm going to say about Camara. I do like that he's thrown in there. From Portland's end, it just comes down to what they can get back for Jrue Holiday because they're not going to keep him. All the reports right now are that Portland is looking to flip Jrue Holiday, and Jrue Holiday doesn't make sense because he's a guard, and Portland has a core of 3 guards. They have Scoot Henderson, Anthony Simons, Shane Sharp. I think that should be your starting point guard, shooting guard, small forward next year. DeAndre Ayton's going to be your starting center. Jeremy Grant's your starting power forward. The reason why I did not think the Bucks could get a deal like this done is because Jrue Holiday has gone on the record recently saying that he plans on retiring 2 years from now when his contract is up. And I'm paraphrasing there, and maybe I'm slightly misinterpreting that, but that's basically been the narrative, is that Jrue Holiday is going to retire in a couple of years. So I didn't think Jrue Holiday had that much trade value with only 2 years left in his career, if his statements are true. That's why I did not think the Milwaukee Bucks could get Damian Lillard, because they essentially just give up Jrue Holiday and 1 first-round pick to go from... They go from Jrue Holiday to Damian Lillard by only giving up 1 first-round pick and a couple swaps. How do you make that sort of leap from Jrue Holiday to Damian Lillard? I don't understand it. That's why I did not think Milwaukee had enough. Because how do you bridge that gap between Jrue Holiday and Damian Lillard with 1 first-round pick and 2 swaps? Because Milwaukee couldn't trade any other first-round picks. So I was wrong. I guess they had enough, but man... I would think that Tyler Hero, 2 to 3 first-round picks from Miami, Jovic and Hawkins, this says to me Miami did not give their best offer for Damian Lillard. And we've been speculating it, and I've said numerous times, if Miami is not giving their best offer for Damian Lillard, Joe Cronin has to hold out and play hardball. He has to. And the whole narrative is, oh, we're the only ones bidding. But it's Damian freaking Lillard. At some point, another team is going to say, screw it, we'll take a chance on a superstar. In Milwaukee's case, they might have the best duo in the league this year. Because they got Damian Lillard and Giannis Antetokounmpo. And I know the whole thing has been Dame only wants to play in Miami, but Dame is really close with Giannis. There was rumors a couple years ago that they had talked about teaming up in Milwaukee or Portland. Where if Giannis wanted to leave Milwaukee, apparently Portland was going to be his first option because he wanted to play with Dame. Giannis and Dame are tight. I think Dame will absolutely play for Milwaukee for the next few years. I don't think Dame is requesting a trade. I think we would have heard about it by now, but who knows? I think that Dame is going to be very open to playing with Giannis Antetokounmpo because there's been smoke there before. And that team is going to be the favorite in the East. Whether it was Miami or Milwaukee, whichever team landed Lillard was going to be the favorite in the East between those two teams. So in Milwaukee's case, you got Dame, you got Chris Middleton, you got Beauchamp is still there. He might start now. Because I actually like his fit as a defensive guy in that lineup. Replacing kind of Jrue Holiday's role. I'm really high on Marjon Beauchamp. Just really interesting trade. Miami failed. Absolutely failed. If I was a Heat fan, I'd be pissed off right now because, in my opinion, if the Heat get Damian Lillard, the Heat get a championship with Damian Lillard. He was the perfect fit for them. They've had a good defensive roster. The one Achilles heel for the Heat, especially in the playoffs, especially in the NBA Finals when they made it there, 2 out of the last 4 years, has been they have these offensive lulls. And Jimmy Butler gets exhausted because he has to carry the whole team. And by the time the NBA Finals rolls around, he seems a little gassed, and he's a little banged up. He was dealing with an ankle injury last year, if I recall correctly, during the postseason. Miami needed another guy that could carry that offense, especially a dude that could shoot the way Dame does, especially a guy that can do the things that Dame does. He was the perfect fit because Jimmy Butler, good defender, Bam Adebayo, great defender. You have a defensive core around him. Miami was still going to be good defensively with Damian Lillard. And he was going to be able to kind of solve some of those offensive lulls that they would go on. And he wanted to go there. I am really curious as to what the best offer Miami gave up for Damian Lillard was. If it's Tyler Hero and 2 first-round picks, then, I mean, that package rivals what the Blazers got. To be honest, I don't know if the Blazers can get back more for Jrue Holiday than they could for Tyler Hero, but Jrue Holiday's a really good defensive player. It's hard to find two-way guards that are that good defensively and can do things on offense the way Jrue Holiday does. So maybe Jrue Holiday has more trade value. The Blazers only get back 1 first-round pick in this trade. I think this trade comes down to what the Blazers get back for Jrue Holiday. But from Miami's end, if they were seriously haggling over a 2030 first-round pick and Jaime Jaquez when it came to getting a superstar who averaged 32 points per game last year, super efficient, who was a perfect fit for their offense, that is an absolute failure on Pat Riley's part. I would be pissed off if I was a Miami Heat fan. I know a lot of Blazer fans hate Heat fans. We've met a lot of cool ones. I kind of feel for some of those cool Heat fans that, you know, weren't hating on the Blazers, weren't trolling us. I feel for some Heat fans right now, man. I feel for some Heat fans. Because, wow, what a failure. What a failure. And now the Bucks are the favorite in the East. If the Bucks had Damian Lillard last playoff run, the Heat don't win that series. That first round series. As far as this chat poll goes for Portland, 20% graded an A, 38% graded a B, 27% graded a C, 15% graded a D or an F. I feel like if we made this trade a day after Damian Lillard requested a trade, or like if we made this trade before free agency started, the grades would be lower. But it kind of got to the point where we just wanted this thing to come to an end, and we just wanted to see something happen. So we were more open to a trade like this. I think on Portland's end, the grade is incomplete, though. I have no problem with people grading it a B. It's just incomplete because it depends on what you get back for Jrue Holiday. If the Blazers, flip Jrue Holiday for seconds, it's probably a D or an F. If they only got back seconds. If they get back 2 first-round picks where you can sit here and say they got back 3 first-round picks, 2 unprotected swaps, DeAndre Ayton, Toumani Camara, that's basically the type of package that we teased as something that was coming. A lot of hypotheticals involving the Heat were the Blazers end up getting 2 first back from the Heat, 1 first back from Tyler Hero, a couple swaps, and DeAndre Ayton in like a 4-team trade. What's funny is a lot of Blazer fans told me that wasn't good enough. Now I'm just hoping that we can get there. Now I'm just hoping that we can get to that point. A lot of Blazer fans said that trade package wasn't good enough. Now I'm just hoping we get to that point. But 39% of people graded a B. I just think that's interesting. I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing truly what Eric has to say on this and what his opinion is. I will stream until Eric is able to go live. If he gets off work 2 hours from now, I will be live for the next 2 hours. Let me catch up on some donations. Shout out to Elias, $2 donation, says, my true reaction will be what we get back for Jrue. 100% Elias, thank you for that donation. Rip City Retro, $2 donation, says, could jump on / help out till E comes on if you need. Yeah, if he takes longer than like an hour, then sure. I don't have like an overlay set up. I'll go back to the Blazers Uprise live overlay, I guess. I don't know. I'll let you know, Rich. I'll let you know. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you for the donation. Connor with a $20 donation. Thank you, Connor. Appreciate you as always, man. Says, we got to get a prospect and a pick or two for Jrue, right? Yeah, like, we need at least, in terms of value, 2 first-round picks for Jrue Holiday. I just don't know if we're going to be able to get it. This is going to be fascinating now, because now we get to discuss what could we get back for Jrue Holiday. Who knows? I haven't even been able to think that far yet. Later on in the stream, we will maybe scheme up a couple of trades for Jrue Holiday. Maybe Jrue Holiday gets traded in the next hour. But as of right now, unofficially, Jrue Holiday is a Portland Trailblazer. DeAndre Ayton is a Portland Trailblazer. Just wild, wild stuff. Wild, wild stuff. Shout out to... I got one of my moderators tagging me in a Twitter group chat saying, where am I? I'm live. Shout out to Alvaro, $5 donation, says, now the Heat don't get Dame, and they don't get Giannis either, because he is not leaving the Bucks anytime soon. Not just an L for Miami, this is a 2 times L. Let me just theorize, okay? I don't know if I believe what I'm about to say, because I'm just thinking of it now. It's just a thought that popped into my head, okay? Could definitely be false, so don't shoot the messenger, you know? I wonder if, in this situation, Portland went to Dame, was like, we're trying to trade you to Miami, but they're not giving up enough. They're trying to lowball for you. They're not willing to do what it takes to get you. At this point, is there any other team you'd be open to going to? And maybe Giannis got in Dame's ear. And Dame was like, you know what, fine, Milwaukee. And Portland was like, okay. We'll do Milwaukee. And it's still doing right by Dame. Maybe because he gets to play with Giannis. And it also spikes Miami. And the Blazers also get Ayton. I just have to wonder if there's some element of Miami just wasn't offering enough, and maybe that opened up Dame to another destination. But I'm not sure. Because it basically was like Miami has to pay a certain price, even though that's the only place Dame wants to go. I said it all along. If Miami was not willing to pay that price, they were not going to get Damian Lillard. Because even if you're bidding against yourself, you're basically buying something on the trade market, and what you're buying is really, really, really freaking good. It's not any day where you can trade for a guy that averaged 32 points per game last season and is a perfect fit for your team. So even if you're bidding against yourself, you have to pay a certain price. And if you don't, then Portland's going to hold out until another team comes in, just like Milwaukee did. And that's what happened. So now Giannis and Dame are probably going to be with Milwaukee for the foreseeable future. There was whispers that Toronto wanted to get Dame so they could try and go after Giannis in the future. Maybe with like a Siakam, Scotty Barnes package somehow. Like Toronto wanted what the Bucks now have. It's just funny because the Toronto stuff always felt kind of like a smokescreen because you're dealing with Masai Ujiri and he doesn't even know if he wants to trade OG Anunoby for Dame, which he had to trade OG Anunoby to get Dame. I never truly bought into the Raptors are in the lead stuff. It's just crazy how wrong everything was. Dan Le Batard this morning said Damian Lillard is going to be a Miami Heat with confidence. I had a DM from a few Heat fans saying our Heat media guys are really confident that we're getting Dame now. We had heard that Dame was going to the Heat multiple days ago. Like, we had heard from a place that we have confidence in that Dame was going to the Heat. That was wrong. Nothing, even the people involved in this situation, nobody seemed to know the way this was going. Nobody expected Milwaukee. Fascinating stuff. Shout out to Clearly a Bot member for 23 months. Says, thanks for streaming, T. Of course, man. Shout out to Rahul, number 27, $5 Canadian donation says, teams were preparing to get Giannis, it's not happening. It solidifies that Giannis stays for 3 years unless they underachieve, Giannis leaves. I don't think Giannis will ditch Dame if Dame opens himself up to playing with Giannis. Shout out to Tyler59, $5 donation says, Dame and Stotts finally get their ring too. There's another donation. Or I thought there was. Yeah, so Stotts is with the Bucks. So Dame reunites with Terry Stotts. Maybe Terry Stotts recruited him. Maybe Joe Cronin called up Terry and was like, Terry, can you recruit Dame? Space Case in chat says, November 26th, Blazers versus Milwaukee. I assume that will get flexed to national television. That game is the Dame return game. I can't... Dame's not a Portland Trailblazer. We've had months to prepare for this, but still, man... There's the first twinge of sadness this entire stream. At least we got 3 months to prepare for it. I am already into the acceptance stage of grief regarding this trade. Shout out to Chris S. I don't know the currency, and Eric's not here to tell me. It's a $2 dono. Jrue to the 76ers, Harden to the Clips. What can we get? 2 first-round picks from the Clippers. That's actually fascinating. What else would Philly need? Would Philly need anything else? Jrue to the Sixers. He's played there before. He was an all-star there before early in his career. His fit with Maxey is kind of nice, too. And then you let Maxey be the number one guard. Defensively, Jrue is an upgrade over Harden, for sure. That actually makes some sense. Shout out to Chris S. for the $2 donation. Connor Knapp, $2 donation, says, excited about getting Ayton. Keep him long-term. We'll break down Ayton. I'm not excited, but I'm not excited. There's questions around him. He's talented. He's athletic. It'll be fun to see him with Scoot. I was much more okay with getting DeAndre Ayton than OG Anunoby. And what we got Ayton for, we did not give up a swap in this deal to Phoenix to get him. We did not give up a first-round pick to get him. The Blazers-Suns part of this deal was really, really good. Really, really good for Portland. I'm going to break down the Suns part of this deal in a second, okay? Because I'm just kind of confused. RG says, Tory Dame posted on Instagram, he is good with being a Buck now. That's what I suspected. That's what I suspected. I'm looking forward to Dame speaking on this entire situation. There's so much stuff to sort out with stuff we heard, and yeah, still wrapping my head around it. Shout out to Chase McGraw, $10 donation, says, never thought this day would come, but I'm happy it's over with, and so we can move on. Extremely happy for Dame, not mad at the package either. Heat got greedy, and now they will pay for it. Here's what I'm gonna say. I know a lot of Blazer fans were mad at Damian Lillard for requesting only Miami. If it came out that because Miami was lowballing Portland, Dame said, okay, I'm also cool with Milwaukee, can those Blazer fans forgive him? Because it seems like most people understood why he demanded a trade with the direction the Blazers are going in. Can we forgive him because he opened up to Milwaukee? And now all those same fans also can't stand the Heat. And a lot of Blazer fans have been beefing with some Heat fans. Some of you Heat fans are cool. I feel for you if you're watching the stream. I can root for Dame and Giannis. I love Giannis. I can root for... I want Milwaukee to win a championship next year. I can root for that team. You know? Like, from afar. Everybody's saying, you're gonna do Heat Uprise, right? You're a Heat fan now. You're not a Blazer fan. I heard that all offseason from a lot of trolls. Am I gonna hear it if I, like, root for the Bucks in the playoffs next year? Like, I'm a Dame fan and I'm a Blazer fan. And I'm a Giannis fan. Giannis is one of my favorite players. That's never been a Blazer. And there was all those reports of, like, Dame and Giannis want to team up, and maybe it could be in Portland. Maybe it was going to be in Portland. Well, I will sit there and, just Wish that it was in Portland, but seeing those two guys play together will be cool. Shout out to Jackson Burgess, $8 donation, says, Giannis dragged the Bucks to a ring with Chris Middleton and Jrue Holiday. Now they've upgraded at point guard and still have Middleton. Danger, danger, danger. Absolutely. Dame Giannis pick and rolls, man. Dame Giannis pick and rolls. Still got Brook Lopez there as the stretch 5 too. Wow. Shout out to Chase McGraw, another donation, $5 donation, says, just realized Gabe is going to have to watch Nurk and Eubanks all year. That's another fascinating thing. One more donation until I speak about the Suns. Shout out to Devin Ford, $2 donation, says, entire deal hinges on what we get for Jrue, in my opinion. Absolutely. Because once the Blazers flip Jrue, you can sit there and take that package with Ayton, the 2029 Milwaukee first, and the 2 swaps, and say that's what you got for Dame. And Nas and Nurk and whatever. Like, we'll be able to analyze the total package. But we don't have the total package because I think, this is basically going to end up being a 3-team trade with Jrue Holiday going somewhere else. And we have yet to find out where that is. Thank you, everyone, for the donations. The Suns. I am fascinated by the Suns. They're going to have the same arguments that we had all year last year regarding Nurkic versus Jrue Eubanks. And the team that beat them in the finals a couple years ago they win this trade. They get Damian Lillard and they only had to give up Jrue Holiday, Grayson Allen, a 2029 first. They didn't even have to give up MarJon Beauchamp. I'm kind of upset that Portland couldn't get back Beauchamp out of this deal. With Milwaukee fleecing and stealing Dame from Miami. Obviously, Portland had some leverage if Dame was cool with going to Milwaukee. I'm a little upset about the Blazers not getting back MarJon Beauchamp, but they get back Tamani Kamara. Okay, fine. Because I did not expect Portland to be able to not only get DeAndre Ayton for a package like Nurkic, Nasir Little, and Keon Johnson. I know Grayson Allen's going there. I just think he's kind of an afterthought. Not only did I not expect Portland to be able to get Ayton for that package, but to also get Tamani Kamara out of it is just... Why? Did Phoenix really need to give up Kamara in that deal? Maybe that's the one place where we can say, wow, Cronin, negotiated well and somehow got Tamani Kamara out of that package. So props for that part. Because I like Kamara. Maybe it doesn't amount to anything, but that's the type of prospect you take a bet on in a rebuild when you need front court depth. Front court players. Hopefully some that can hit. He might be nothing, but he look pretty decent in Summer League. The Suns, my condolences. I think Jusuf Nurkic is underrated. I think DeAndre Ayton is slightly overrated, but DeAndre Ayton is better than Jusuf Nurkic. Even last year when I was dealing with all the Nurkic haters in the Blazers fan base, I still said I still think DeAndre Ayton's slightly better. The thing in this swap for Portland is DeAndre Ayton does have more upside if he can figure it out. And especially with Scoot Henderson. That's going to be a fascinating thing to watch next year. Does DeAndre Ayton take the next step? Does he finally fulfill some of that promise that the Suns drafted him off of when they took him first overall ahead of Luka Doncic and Marvin Bagley? We'll see. I am happy with the Ayton part of this trade for Portland. For Phoenix, Nurkic is going to be fine. They don't have to rely on him too much. They got Bol as the backup center. And they can go small. Jusuf Nurkic sets maybe the best screen in the league. Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, Devin Booker are going to have tons of space coming off screens, coming off handoffs with Jusuf Nurkic. I think that might be part of the reason why the Suns were willing to do this trade. And I feel like a lot of Suns fans will laugh at that. You're trading DeAndre Ayton, our number 1 overall pick, for Jusuf Nurkic because he sets good screens. I mean, when your team is built around Bradley Beal, Devin Booker, and Kevin Durant, giving those guys as much space as possible is very, very valuable. in an offense. Nurkic developed his three-point shot last year. If that continues, then he can space the floor too. And I think defensively, he's underrated. He just had to deal with a freight train, a consistent train to the rim from anyone who had the ball in the perimeter playing against the Blazers, because nobody on the Blazers could keep anyone in front of them the past couple of years. And when you got guys driving at you constantly all game, you're not able to be as aggressive because you're going to get into foul trouble as a rim protector. He definitely lost a little bit of bounce since his leg injury. It'll be fascinating to see how Nurkic looks in Phoenix. It's also kind of funny that Nurkic is playing with KD, because those guys have beef before. Blazer fans are... Okay, even the Blazer fans that like Nurkic, they are going to hate Nurkic playing against him. Nurkic is going to have a chip on his shoulder. And Jrue Eubanks and Jusuf Nurkic can't avoid each other. Jusuf Nurkic is better than Jrue Eubanks. Any Suns fan that thinks that Jrue Eubanks is better than Jusuf Nurkic, he's not. Maybe for his price, but that doesn't matter. They are willing to pay to win a championship. Shout out to D Lil Bestie 0. $10 Dodo says, wish our media team would rip into Cronin on media day, but they will once again let it slide. Honestly, I don't even know if I'd rip into Cronin on media day. Out of all the trades where he sold a piece, if they can get back enough for Jrue Holiday, it's kind of what I expected. I can't be too mad at it. There wasn't much of a market for Dame. Like, Milwaukee, this was almost all that they could give up. This was almost all that they could give up. It's not like they could trade 3 first-round picks and we missed out on it. It is fascinating that they didn't give their best offer, because their best offer would have involved Marjon Beauchamp, but whatever. Maybe we didn't want him. Ryan Tadaro, $5 donation, says, if we trade Jrue to the Bulls, do you think there's even a slight chance we could sneak out with Pat Williams? That'd be interesting, but, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much I want Pat Williams. I think I would want back more, but I don't think Chicago would give up more. Peter Holland says, objectively, Jrue is better than anything we were getting from Miami. He's an all-star. Ayton is better than anything we were getting from Miami. Overall, this is a pretty darn good deal. Nice work, Joe. Here's the problem, Peter. Portland doesn't want to keep Jrue. Their core is 3 young guards. They didn't want Hero. They don't want Jrue. The problem is Jrue said he's going to retire in 2 years. So in terms of flipping him, it just comes down to how much value can you truly get for him? Do those comments tamper down his value at all? Because this trade is going to be based in part on what Portland can get back for Jrue Holiday. And we have to wait and see. I just truly wonder how much they can get back for him. If they can get back 3 firsts, if they can get back what Milwaukee gave up for Jrue Holiday, then it's a win in the end. But we're going to be able to sit there and, analyze it then. In terms of, analyzing this as a win versus a loss, I don't think we can analyze this solely off a win because Jrue Holiday is an all-star caliber player. Because we're not acquiring him in this trade so he can be an all-star for us. We're acquiring him in this trade so he can be an all-star for someone else. And what is that team willing to give up for him? If the Blazers only get back 1 first-round pick, this trade looks iffy. Very iffy. If they get back 3, this trade looks pretty good. If they get back 2, it's very But it's kind of what I expected, so I can't be that mad at that. If anybody saw my tweet where I was like, Cronin effing sucks, it's because I didn't see Jrue Holiday as a part of this deal, and I reacted within seconds. So, apologies. I take that back. At least regarding this trade. We'll see. Shout out to Wardy NYM. What's up, Wardy? With a $5 donation. Says, just got in here. How we feeling, Tori? Shocked. Baffled. Confused as to what the Suns are doing, because I just don't think this is a good value trade for them. And also, I think the Heat absolutely failed. I'm just baffled as to why the Heat weren't willing to be more aggressive for a player as good as Damian Lillard. Anyway, chat, 40% of you grade this a B for Portland. It'll be interesting to see what you guys grade it after a potential Jrue Holiday trade. 24% of you graded an A, 22% graded a C, and 14% graded a D/F. The Ayton part of this trade is really good. Joey says, Jrue to the Lakers, Tori, what do you think about the talking heads on FS1 talking about that? I will pull up a trade machine here in a second and start just examining Jrue Holiday packages. And chat, you guys can let me know teams you think would make sense for him, and I could go see what they have. Jimmy Butler is saying the Bucks tampered? How so? Tori, please, what are the Bucks sending? They're sending Jrue Holiday. Grayson Allen is going to the Suns. A 2029 unprotected first and 2028 and 2030 unprotected swaps. Listen, if Milwaukee sucks in 2028, the Blazers are set. The Blazers are set. This is a huge win if the Bucks suck in 2028. If the Bucks are really good in 2028, it's not going to look too good. But taking that sort of risk is fine. Like, if the Blazers can build a contender by then, and then hope that the Bucks suck, you could be adding top draft picks to a contender. That is the dream if you're a Portland fan right now. Because if you are able to build a contender by then, and then you have those sorts of assets, and maybe you're able to accumulate more first-round picks in the future, then you could be looking at the ability to form a super team in Portland. That's really the only realistic way to ever form a super team in Portland, is to draft and accumulate assets so that you can maybe have a young core with a bunch, multiple stars, and then have the assets to go trade for another star. And maybe a situation arises where you're able to capitalize like the Suns were in the Bradley Beal deal, where he had a no-trade clause and was willing to waive it to go to Phoenix. And Phoenix basically gave up nothing for him. How do you feel about Lillard not going to Miami? I mean, it's just wild, because we heard for sure Miami. But other people connected to Cronin were saying it's Toronto in the lead. Still, they weren't closing down the possibility of a deal to the Heat, but I did not hear anything about the Bucks. So this situation, I mean, it doesn't have to be a, battle of the sources. Nobody knew. Nobody knew, including us, man. Including us. Shout out to Sam Dooley, member for 10 months, says, are you smelling the juicy Heat beef? Yeah, watch our sub count just take a massive hit. Is there any Heat fans in here? How are you guys feeling? Let me know in the chat. Shout out to Michael Orm, $10 donation, says there's another factor into this trade. The Bucks assistant coach is Terry Stotts. Yeah, I wonder how much that played into things, if at all. I'm going to do a chat poll. Heat fans. Blazer fans don't vote in this. Only Heat fans. All right? How are you feeling right now? Still good. We're winning the East. Meh. Depressed and sad. Or no, that's the same thing. Depressed and pissed. That's what I'll go with. Pissed off. There's a chat poll for Heat fans only. Curious to see what you guys say. Isaac says, Miami is interested in Jrue. Imagine. Could you imagine if we get back, like, Lowry and 2 future unprotected firsts from the Heat? That's what I want. That's what I want. We still get our future unprotected Heat first. That would be hilarious. That'd just be the most hilarious ending and fitting ending to this entire saga. In the end, the Heat do get a point guard from the Portland Trail Blazers. It's Jrue Holiday. Shout out to PDX Papermaker, aka Carson. What's up, Carson, with a $5 donut. Says, I am shocked but not upset. Happy for our letter O. Go get a ring with Giannis. On another note, we'll have one more national TV game, January 31st. I thought somebody said November 26th was Blazers versus Bucks, but is that on the road or is that at home? Because the game at home is the one to pay attention to. Let me know, chat. Next agenda, who is Grant being traded to? No idea. So, Heat fans, we got 110 votes, so apparently we have 110 Heat fans in here. 45% say pissed off, 25% say depressed, 16% say met, and 14% say they're still... I meant to say winning. I said we're winnest the East. I can't think. I can't think. Anyway, I was just curious. Also, leave a like on the stream. Help out the channel. We're going into next year without Dame. We need help. So, at least we got DeAndre Ayton and whatever we get for Jrue Holiday. So, let's get the stream. I think we can get it to 400 likes. Can we get this stream to 400 likes? When are we trading Jrue? I have no idea. I can't even guarantee that we do trade Jrue. I can see us convincing ourselves, oh, he's a great mentor for Scoot defensively. And maybe that's true, but you're going to bring Holiday off the bench to be a mentor? He just has more value than that. You should be able to get back stuff on the trade market that is more valuable to Portland than him as a mentor. Rohan says, Woj said we're trading him. Yeah. I mean, that's what I've said. But then again, Woj never said Milwaukee, did he? Like, nobody's been right on how the Blazers have gone about things regarding this whole saga, so I can't rule anything out. I can't rule out that they keep Jrue Holiday at this point. I 100% expect them to trade him. But who knows? Man Mobile says, let's get the stream to 400 likes in Dame's honor. Absolutely. In Dame's honor, get it to 400 likes. It helps out the channel. Milwaukee was mentioned in rumors, but it was quiet. Yeah, I mean, they were mentioned in rumors just like the Bulls were. Just like the Sixers were. Where's Eric? He's working. I'll tell him to text me when he's off. I can give you guys a play-by-play of him getting off work. I wish they made this trade like 4 hours from now. Yeah, later in the stream we'll have Eric. We'll get his opinions. So stick around. If you got stuff to do today, just, I don't know, play the stream in your car. We're hanging out today. What's funny is I was just about to drop the mailbag. I knew the day I was going to drop the mailbag, I knew there was going to be a trade. I had to get a brand to approve an ad on it, so now I got to put it on something else. You should hit up my boy Crush. Yeah, or Rich. I mean, there's a bunch of people we can bring on. But the thing is next week, I mean, you'll be able to hear the opinions of other people. That's a teaser. That's a teaser. So stay tuned, October 1st, content trailer. Now I need to make the off-season recap, I guess. But it's still not done, because where does Jrue Holiday go? Tori, do Jrue Holiday trades. Okay. I will think one more dono, and then I will bring up the Fanspo trade machine, and we can start plugging away at some Jrue Holiday trades. The thing is, nothing I put into the trade machine ever actually happens, so we can find out what's not possible, maybe. Shout out to Lily M. 20, I don't know that currency, but that's a 20 donation of something. Anything counts. Shout out to Lily. Says, how many wins for Scoot Simons, Thibault, Grant, and Ayton? I don't want this to... I'm still not super high on that team, but I don't want to be negative right now. So let's just say 39. So that Gray isn't right, all right? So I can be positive, but Gray doesn't win our bet because he bets that they're going to win more than 40. Although that was contingent upon them having Nurkic. So I don't know. I think. J Peach, $2 donation, says, thanks for the stream. Of course. Dame tweet. What did Dame say? I will read off what Dame says. I will go. Don't spoil it in chat. Dame has tweeted, the casuals won't be addressed, but the Trailblazers fans and city of Portland that I love truly will be, and they will be addressed truthfully. Stay tuned. Excited for my next chapter at Bucks. That's Dame's tweet. Interested to seeing what else he has to say on this. Also interested to see what Brookfield Dew says on this, because he's been tweeting a bunch, and he said he's going to go viral tonight. All right, let's bring up the trade machine. Zach, I wish you said that. Let me repost this. Sorry, one-man crew here. Just give me a second. I was actually in a meeting with another creator that I'm doing graphical work for when this trade happened, so he got to see my raw reaction to the Bucks. All right, trade machine time. Let's do it. Is it coming up or not? It's not. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Actually, let me make it. Yeah. Okay. My computer does not like me right now. But here's the problem, though. Do we have Jrue Holiday on the Blazers yet on Fanspo? Nope. Okay, so we'll just do it this way. We will just do it this way. Bucks, Suns. Maybe we get Gabe on. Maybe we get Gabe on because he's a Suns fan, so I can get his thoughts. I'm texting him right now. Those Suns Blazer games are going to be fascinating. Those Suns Valley podcast streams are going to be fun. All right. So here we go. We got DeAndre Ayton is a Portland Trail Blazer. Just like Grant, rumored for years, and he's finally here. Damian Lillard is a Milwaukee Buck. Jrue Holiday is on the Blazers as of now. Nasir Little to the Suns. Keon Johnson, goodbye Keon, first round value. Suns fans, you shouldn't feel too bad. Keon Johnson is a first round value. That's what we've been hearing since we got him. Where is Keon Johnson? Oh, I'm blind. Don't mind me, chat. We got Tamani Kamara is a Blazer. Why am I so excited about Kamara? I don't know why. I'm just excited about Kamara, man. Maybe more than I should be. Grayson Allen to the Suns, and then Portland gets back 2028 most favorable, 2029 and 2030 most favorable, least favorable to Milwaukee. That's the entire trade, right? Yeah. Milwaukee's money here is almost even. Suns end up saving... Oh, I gotta put in Nurk. Suns actually add to their payroll. I'm surprised they didn't try and throw in... I don't know. Maybe that is why Kamara was included in this trade, but he's the cheapest guy they could have sent out. They could have sent out Wainwright, I believe, because they just accepted his team option. So that is the trade as of now. Portland in this deal actually gains about $1 million. Salary is all pretty even. All right, chat. Sorry. 1 second. All right, so as far as trading Jrue to a fourth team, let's just show what it could look like. Let's just throw the Heat in here for the memes. Jrue Holiday to the Heat. Kyle Lowry to the Blazers. And then maybe we flip Kyle Lowry for something. Getting Jovic, we got Kamara. I am less high on getting Jovic now. But let's just do 2 unprotected picks with Lowry. And I don't know. The salary. What other salary do you throw in here? You might have to throw in Jovic for salary. You might have to throw in Duncan Robinson for salary. Yeah, it's tough to make him go to the Heat because they're not gonna. I don't think they're gonna trade Hero for him. And then you'd have to find a fifth team. Duncan Robinson makes too much. Caleb Martin, I don't think they'd throw in that trade. And everybody else makes too little. They gotta trade out another $6 million. Maybe they'd be willing to give up Hawkes and Jovic because that's what it'd have to be. Maybe it's just one pick. Maybe it's Hawkes. Maybe we still get Hawkes and Jovic. And instead we just get one Milwaukee first. Or Miami first. One Miami first, Hawkes and Jovic. Is that enough? I mean, is the Heat going to stop being stingy now that they didn't get Dame? I feel like the Heat is a long shot just looking at this trade right now. Just looking at the way things are set up. Is Gabe asleep? I don't know. Anyway, chat. Toronto? Yeah, but what's Toronto going to trade for him? They're not going to trade OG for him. And I don't want OG for him. I want picks. Where's Toronto? What am I doing? Toronto. like, they can trade one pick. Because they owe a pick to San Antonio that's protected through multiple years. What, Trent? I mean, Trent makes no sense. He's a guard. Grady Dick? I want 2 first-round picks back. What team would give up 2 first-round picks? Has 2 first-round picks to give up and would give up 2 first-round picks? Boston? Like Brogdon? Plus what? I don't think they give up Brogdon, Robert Williams, and 2 picks. I think the Robert Williams part of that is too much. I do like this. I gotta go down here and scroll to the Heat. So Harden goes to the Heat. Okay, wait, let me go. Let me go back to Jrue Holiday. Jrue Holiday goes to the Sixers. And the Blazers get back Norman Powell and Robert Covington. Everything comes full circle. Oh, I love it. That's funny. I crack myself up. Like Marcus Morris and he gets bought out. Marcus Morris to the Blazers, he gets bought out. And I like Robert Covington and is that enough? 3.2 plus that is that's borderline enough. The Clippers can take back 110%. So 2 picks to the Blazers. So basically the Sixers flip Harden for Jrue Holiday. Is that enough for the Sixers, given Harden doesn't have much value? And maybe the Heat go after Harden now, though, to save face. I don't know. What other teams would give up 2 firsts for Holiday, chat? I'm reading chat right now. New York has the assets. Yeah, they're interesting because Holiday can play next to Jalen Brunson. Spurs, maybe. I don't see the Jazz doing it. Doesn't make sense for the Jazz. If Holiday has 2 years left, why are the rebuilding Jazz trading for him? Like, it has to be a team that's trying to win a championship. Raptors only have 1 first they can trade. Nets, maybe the Nets. Memphis. I mean, they got Desmond Bane as their starting 2 and John Morant as their starting point guard. I don't see Memphis. I think New York's interesting. I need to call Gabe because he's a Suns fan. If you guys don't know Gabe, he's a Suns fan of mine. Covers the Suns on YouTube. If he fell asleep and doesn't know what happened, I would love to tell him and just get his reaction on stream. That would be fascinating. There would probably be curse words, though. We don't curse on this channel, but for that, who knows what flies off the handle. Yeah, for the Knicks, we take on Evan Fournier's bad contract, and we get our backup setter in Hartenstein. We finally get Isaiah Hartenstein, too. I think they would try and do it without Hartenstein. Can they get there salary-wise? They're under the tax. Yeah, they're... Wait. The new CBA, I'm trying to remember all the rules. I think it might have to be Hartenstein. And then throw in... I don't know if Daquan Jeffries can be traded, but yeah, that should work. And then who knows what the picks are. Like maybe it's Dallas and Washington. So in Portland, you're actually saving about $8 million. If you structured this trade all as one, you might be able to get a bigger trade exception than that. Like, it's hard to do the math, but you could end up with a trade exception that's maybe as big as Jusuf Nurkic's contract. Maybe like a $17 million trade exception. So this could make some sense. Getting off Fournier's contract for Jrue Holiday. Because they're going to have to beat the Bucks. The Knicks are going to have to beat the Bucks if they want to win a championship, right? The Bucks just got Damian Lillard. What better guy to get then to counteract Damian Lillard if you're going to have to play the Bucks than the guy who was on the Bucks and Jrue Holiday? That's interesting. I'm going to call Gabe right now.
I'm sorry.
Brookfield Deuce has tweeted. Brookfield Deuce is Dame's cousin. He's been tweeting about this situation a lot. He says, quote, Les was taken to lead with spite. Did Portland take less so that they weren't trading Dame to Miami? Did Portland tell Dame's camp a few days ago that he was getting traded to Miami? There's some fascinating stuff here. Because it seemed like Brookfield Deuce is Dame's cousin. It's been with him for like a lot of his music videos. Dame's been shooting like Brookfield Deuce. He raps, is featured on a lot of Dame's music. So like he's been with him this offseason, I assume, because they've been recording music videos and such. So that's just kind of interesting to see that whole perspective. Shout out to Jack M, $2 donation, says Kamara and Rupert look like twins. They kind of do. Second round steals, same draft. They look alike. Yeah. Shout out to Nathan Foley, member for 8 months. He just says hi. Well, hi, Nathan. Good to see you, man. Shout out to Lucas Tobias with a 5 Rand donation. I think it's Rand. Portland needs small forward. And a center for the bench. Doesn't need point guard, shooting guard, or power forward. Power forward is Grant, Chris Murray, and Jabari Walker. Shooting guard is Sharp and Thibault. Sharp and Thibault will play some 3. I think Sharp should start at the 3. I know that might not be his best position, but going into next year, Portland is young. Portland is rebuilding. Portland should start Scoot Henderson, Anthony Simons, and Shaedon Sharp and focus on developing those 3 guys. I don't want to bring Sharp off the bench because when he started last year and had a bunch of responsibility in the offense, he played great. I don't want to dial that back. I want to continue to build upon that. I feel like the only way you can continue to build upon that is by starting Shaedon Sharp. And the goal shouldn't be optimizing next year's lineup to win a playoff game or win a play-in game. It shouldn't be like, how can we, like the goal should, within the team should obviously be to win, but the focus should be development. I'm not saying start from the start of the year. I'm not saying tank from the start of the year. I'm saying focus on development over optimizing every little thing you can. Prioritize Shaedon Sharp. prioritize Anthony Simons. Even if you don't think Anthony Simons is the long-term answer, if you prioritize him and he takes another step, you're going to be able to trade him for more. And that's going to make it easier to put a contending team around Scoot Henderson and Shane Sharp down the line. Do I think Jeremy gets traded this season? I think there's a chance. But I also think what Eric thought, that this team thinks they can be good this year. And wants to prove that they can be good this year. So who knows? You guys, how you guys have to give props to Cronin is a statement in chat. I mean, the trade is not done yet, my guy. If Cronin trades Jrue Holiday for seconds, I will be criticizing him. If he trades Jrue Holiday for 3 first-round picks, I will be applauding him. If he took back less than what Miami was offering, which we'll probably never know the truth on that, but that's probably a mistake. But who knows? Who knows what they were offering? I don't. Shout out to Elias. $5 donation says, totally off topic, but I met John Butler Jr. at a pottery class and he was incredibly nice and stayed late to help clean and put away stuff. Thank you, Elias, for the $5 dono. Yeah, John Butler seems like a cool guy. Tori, who wins a ring first? Dame and Bucks or Nurk and Suns? Dame and the Bucks, because it's going to be a lot easier for them to get to the finals than the Suns. If they met in the finals, then maybe I'd take the Suns, but I think their path there is harder. Eric will be here in 20 minutes. Don't make fun of me for drinking, okay? I've been talking nonstop for 70 minutes. I need to drink something. I forgot to put tags in my stream. Damian Lillard trade, Lillard, Bucks. Let's get the stream to 500 likes. Chat, you got 76% of you believed in yourselves, and you were right. And we got to 400. Let's get to 500. What's up, Crush? How you doing, man? How do you feel about this, bro? What you mean? Miami's going to the finals without Dame. I've heard it a million times. The problem is they're going to have to face Dame. I don't think they're beating Dame. Utah for what? Holiday? I don't know. I'm going to wait until Eric gets here. I might call Gabe again. Gabe needs to wake up. I can't wait to see Dame guard Scoot. Okay, so when are they playing? When are they playing? Chat, I'm sure you guys answered. I wasn't looking at chat. I got people texting me left and right. It's a little too much. It's a little too much. January 23rd. Isn't that one of the days the Ignite plays here? It's sometime around there. When do the Ignite play here? If that's one of the nights the Ignite plays here, I'm actually kind of bummed. Because I want to go to the Ignite G League games. Wow. So the Ignite, which is important for scouting, the Ignite play in Portland on January 22nd and 24th. Dame makes his return to Portland in between those two dates on January 23rd. That's fascinating. Okay, so we'll get Eric on here in a second. Hopefully soon. January 31st? Why is chat saying January 23rd? I can't trust chat. Can't trust them. I trust Eric, though. Eric is speeding home. Eric, drive safe, bro. We got all day. We're chilling. '23 is at the Bucks. Eric, don't get a ticket. We need you. Yeah, don't get pulled over. We're chilling. Chat'll be here. Swap details revealed. I mean, swaps are just, if Milwaukee's pick is better, we get it and they get ours. I think they're unprotected swaps. Given how little Milwaukee gave up in this trade, they better be unprotected swaps. I'm just going to assume they are. Heard Miami wants Jrue. I mean, we've heard Miami, all sorts of things regarding Miami, and they just continuously miss out. So Woj is speaking on this. I can't play this audio out loud. If there's anything in that Woj clip, let me know. Chat. He just tweeted it. He was just on ESPN. Man, I hate this trade so much for you guys. For Blazers? I mean, the Blazers, it comes down to what they trade Jrue Holiday for. The goal is 2 firsts. If they trade him for 2 firsts, this trade is acceptable. Because there wasn't much better out there. Now, if they had a better deal from Miami, then this front office deserves to get blasted for not taking that, because that means they turned down a better offer to be spiteful. But we will never know. So I can't sit here and criticize them for taking a package that I don't even know was on the table. Twitter quote of the day: Ayton really must have the worst personality of all time. That's the thing. I thought they were going to see how Ayton looked under Frank Vogel. I thought that's what they were going to do. I thought they were going to see if he could get something out of Ayton, but then again, you got Beal, you got KD, you got Devin Booker, so do you really need a guy that should get fed more at the center spot? Probably not. I just thought that... I don't know. I thought they could get back more. Sorry, I'm stuttering. I'm trying to read chat. I thought that Phoenix was going to be able to get back like a Caleb Martin type piece. And they didn't. They get back Nas. Man, the Phoenix Trailblazers. How fascinating. Drew Eubanks, Keon Johnson, Nasir Little. Maybe they cut Keon. Jusuf Nurkic is there. Dude, a lot of Blazer fans are really happy that Dame did not get traded to Miami and Nurkic is in Phoenix now. Shout out to Blazer Maniac, $2 donation, says, do you think Ayton has MVP potential? I think so, bro. No. Thank you for the donation, but no, man. Like, what suggests that he has MVP potential? NBA rumors, Sixers eye Jrue Holiday after Damian Lillard trade. Okay. Stop. Don't think about Ayton if he has MVP potential. Hopefully he has all-star caliber player potential. We have to get there first before we start talking about superstar and then MVP. The only bigs that would get MVP are guys that are like offensively skilled, can dribble, can pass a little bit, can shoot the three ball. So Nikola Jokic, DeAndre Ayton. No other centers in the league are MVP caliber. Ayton does not shoot threes. He does not really handle the ball like that. Which is fine. It's just not MVP stuff. He could be better this year with Scoot feeding him, but that's the thing. MVPs make everything go. They're not guys that like need a point guard to set him up to feed him. And Ayton can create out of the post a little bit and was flashing some off the dribble stuff with the Bahamas in FIBA, but he wasn't playing against NBA caliber players when he was doing that for the most part. Anyway, thank you for the donation. I appreciate you, bro. Woj echoed needing to see what they get for Jrue. I mean, this trade just comes down to what we get for Jrue. It was like, oh, once Dame's traded, we'll finally have a resolution. We will finally have some closure. Well, not yet. Not yet. Eric should be home in about 5 minutes. We'll get Eric on. Looking forward to that. Ayton average 18 and 10. That's not bad. No, it's not bad. 18 and 10 is fine. There was like 55 players that averaged 20 points per game, though. Or something like that last season. Apparently, Toronto wouldn't even include OG in trade talks, so they were never serious. I also heard that OG was a sticking point yesterday. And that they didn't want to include more than one first. They didn't want to include swaps. Toronto is not... Masai Ujiri sucks. The only reason people think he's a great GM is because he pulled off a trade where he got Kawhi Leonard, and all he gave up was DeMar DeRozan and Jakob Poeltl on a first-round pick. He pulled off... One good trade does not make a good GM. The opportunity was great for him at the right time. He's done nothing since then. He doesn't do anything. He does not do anything. Torrey needs to take the L for ever doubting Woj. What in Woj's reporting was spot on? Did Woj say Milwaukee before this? I doubted literally everything. Like, nothing made sense. Nothing made sense. All I said regarding Woj is he seems tied to Portland. He's tied to Portland's front office. So if Portland's front office wants him to put out something that helps their narrative, then he's going to do it. That's it. Why do I gotta take an L? Nobody was spot on with this at all. Pat Mack, I think Jimmy Butler was joking. I'm not sure. I think he was joking. Did you hear the take on Masai that called him a fantasy basketball hoarder who backs out of every trade at the last second? Yeah, I mean, we were pumping the gas for Toronto. Like, they're in the lead. I thought it was going to be Miami. So that's part of the reason why I didn't think Toronto was actually that serious, but Masai overvalues his players. It's really hard to make a trade when you drastically overvalue your own players. Because you just expect way too much back for them. And that Masai, it seems like that Kawhi trade made Masai a little too bold. And that Raptors team is a bit directionless. I think they're probably a play-in team this year. And then what? Like, their only hope is Scotty Barnes becomes an all-star or a superstar. That's their only hope. They lost Fred VanVleet for nothing. They lost Kyle Lowry for nothing. They haven't really addressed their shooting woes. I'd be frustrated as a Raptors fan. I'm not saying the Raptors should have traded for Dame, but they should do something to pick a direction. They're directionless. Just like the Bulls are directionless. Like, that was the thing. Toronto and Chicago were like the two teams that were brought up the most, it felt like, with Toronto obviously being the front runner, quote unquote, but Chicago was also tossed out there, and it's just like, that is two extremely directionless teams that have no idea what they're doing and no idea what they want to do. What did Chicago do this offseason? They signed, who'd they sign? Didn't they sign a point guard? I don't even remember who. They're just directionless. Like, the one good thing about the Blazers is maybe they finally have a direction. Yeah, they signed Javon Carter. Nice. Maybe now they'll win in the play-in and get the 8th seed and then lose. Saying it as a Blazers fan is ironic. Well, here's the thing. I know what directionless looks like. I know what it looks like. And those two teams are extremely directionless. Hopefully the Blazers have a direction now. Shout out to Polly Ross, $2 donation, says, Nas, Nurk, Dame, no more players from Olshey era. That's true. Until we flip Jrue Holiday to the Sixers and Harden goes to the Clippers, and then they send us back Norman Powell, Robert Covington, and Nick Batum. Yeah, that's crazy. No more players from the Olshey era. This is now fully Joe Cronin's team. No more excuses like... No more blaming Olshey for what happens from here on out. Okay? Please. Because these are all Cronin's dudes. Shout out to Pat Mac, member for 2 months. Says, just showing some love, Tori. Thanks for doing you. Appreciate you, Pat Mac. Appreciate the love. Oh, Simons. Oh, yeah, Simons. Simons is still here. Whoops. Thank you, chat. Simons is the one holdover, so we gotta trade him then, I guess. Blazers now only one solid Jrue flip from looking exciting. Okay, what do you want to see in a Jrue flip? Do you want to see picks? Here, I'll do a poll. I think Eric is about ready. What do you want from a Jrue Holiday trade? Picks and young players, or what should the other option be? Picks and young players is one of the options, and then like good NBA players that are good now. A good player. That's what I'll do. A good player. Picks and young players, or a good player. A good veteran. Let's do that. There's your chat poll. Shout out to Isaac Figueroa. $2 donation says, so do you hate this trade or love? I am not sure because it depends on what we get back for Jrue Holiday. Wow. Round of applause for chat. I am very surprised at how skewed these results are, but it's also what I'd vote. Rohan said Barry Jackson said the Heat never called back to improve their original offer. If that's true, then that's an absolute failure from them. But with how much is all the reporting on this, I can't necessarily believe that. I don't know if that's true. Tori's word of the day, fascinating. I say that all the time. I have certain words that I use all the time. And that's one of them. And there is the Skype ringtone. All right. Well, whoa, why am I so big? Okay, let me unmute you. Where did this come from? What is this? Oh. Okay, hold on. Let me fix my webcam. I am tripping. I don't understand. Wait.
I don't have it up on my computer. So
I don't know why my webcam. I don't know. Okay, we're kind of. Okay, it's still not cropped, but okay, this is better. What's up? Okay, so Eric, while I crop this, what was? Okay, just go. Just say what you want to say, because I know you probably want to say a lot on this, and I'm really curious as to what you have to say, because I barely talked to you on the phone before the stream.
Did you talk about? I had to get off the stream for while I was working, but did you mention Brookfield's tweet from 30 minutes ago?
Yeah.
That the Blazers led with spite?
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
Do you believe that?
I don't know.
Not to put you on the spot. I mean, I would just say I don't know what to believe.
So, yeah, let me just... I'm sorry to all those that I haven't responded to yet. I'm just getting home, so... all right. So, last Thursday, we started hearing the rumors about Ayton being involved or whatever. And, that seemed like it was a piece that was going to unlock this trade, which ultimately did unlock the trade, I guess. I got a text message from someone who speaks with Dame saying that Dame was informed he's headed to Miami and that the trade will happen soon, and that it's Miami, and that Dame and friends were celebrating last Thursday night that he was going to go to Miami. And so they were all excited, and they were told, I don't know who told him that, if it was Aaron Goodwin thought misinterpreted something or what, but that's what I had heard directly from Dame, basically himself, not me directly, but from someone who knows him. And so that's why I tweeted out that, and then I saw that tweet from, what was his name? The guy who said it was going to be within 24 hours that day.
Yeah, Gambo.
So I saw that tweet after that saying that. And then Dame's that goes on Twitter and starts liking all these nostalgic things like "Love you, Dame," "We'll miss you," and all that stuff. So they were convinced it was happening. And so I don't know what happened between that moment, if that was fake or not, if he was misled in the end one more time. So yeah, we have Dame going on IG Live last night, fixing his beanie when someone says, "Fix your beanie if you're going to Miami still," or whatever. But yeah, so it wouldn't surprise me if they did not entertain Miami out of spite. But it also seems like Miami hasn't thought they would pull the trigger on a trade either. So they probably, or might have gone to Miami and said, "Hey, we're going to take this Bucks offer. Are you sure you don't want to up your offer?" And they could have thought that was a bluff. And then, so yeah. So it seems like Pat Riley never actually gave the final offer, or the Godfather offer, or close to the Godfather offer. I think that's pretty clear, because unless it was just purely pettiness and spite, I don't think the Blazers, depending on what they get for Jrue, necessarily take that without at least vetting that out, the Godfather offer from Miami.
Yeah. So I mean, some weird stuff went on late last week.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like we had that stream where we felt like something was going to happen.
Mm.
You guys remember that stream on last Thursday? it was because of everything that Eric said. And it's just really confusing what changed or what was misinterpreted or what was... if there was a lie in there or like what exactly happened.
Crushable says Aaron Goodwin said Pat and Miami did everything on Twitter. New quote on Twitter.
I mean, if they did everything, I'm still confused, Eric. If we're to believe that quote, and Miami did everything, I would assume that means they offered everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that could just be agent speak at this point. I think
exactly.
Maybe he has to save face with Dame in this too, because them going public was probably Goodwin's idea, and if that ends up being the reason why the Blazers spited them by only choosing Miami, I think, Goodwin has to take some of the blame for that, because if he doesn't make that so public, maybe the Blazers don't spite him then, if that's what happened,
Yeah. So I heard through the grapevine, and I don't hear much, but I think I shared it on the last stream. Like, I heard that Cronin has said he would never trade Dame to Miami. And
I heard Bert Cold said the same thing.
And Bert Cold hates Miami too. We can sit here and say Miami didn't give their best offer, but even if they did, was Portland going to take it or not? Because even if Miami's best offer was on the table, I don't know if Portland was going to take it. Maybe it was out of spite, because not necessarily like trying to make Dame look like the bad guy. Maybe it was just because of the way Aaron Goodwin handled it. Maybe it was because of the way Miami themselves handled it, and they were trying to bully Portland because of the leverage that they thought they had. So Portland didn't want to give in to that. Like, it does feel like they specifically did not want to trade him to Miami. And a lot of Blazer fans were okay with taking a worse package from another team because they didn't want to trade him to Miami too. I thought that would be a mistake, because I think you should do what's best for the team. But I don't know if we'll ever truly know what Miami's final offer was. And if the Blazers don't get back much for Jrue, it's a really bad trade. And you probably could have gotten back more from Miami. If they get back at least 2 firsts, it's okay to me. If they get back 3, I think I fully understand. And it's probably a win, is kind of how I view it. Do you view it the same way, Eric?
Yeah. Well, I have a question. Why did we take Jrue without just getting that to be part of the trade first?
What do you mean?
Like, why are we flipping Jrue? Why don't we just find a flip for him and include it in part of the trade? Because now you can't combine his salary with anything, so it might limit.
One, we're not gonna have to combine his salary.
Well, yeah, I know he makes it enough to match most things, but.
And 2, this trade isn't necessarily official right now.
Yeah.
They can loop into another team until they call it into the league.
What I was thinking is, if they're going to save money, which I think they are, what is why they included Keon and Nas in this trade. I think if you loop it into this trade, you could possibly take back less salary. But yeah, I don't know.
Or they included Keon specifically because they were getting back Kamara and it was a roster spot thing. Same thing with Nas.
Yeah.
Because I do like that they got Kamara.
Oh, yeah. I heard you talking about that. That was my favorite part of the trade. Why didn't we get Marjan, though?
I don't know. I don't know why we didn't get Marjan.
With only 1 first, I would have asked for Marjan.
I would absolutely ask for Marjan. Absolutely. That is the one part that for sure bugs me about this trade, is that we didn't get Marjan. Marjan's from up here too.
He was even
He's from the Northwest.
He was at the Oregon-Colorado game with the Blazers team too. He was in one of the pictures. That's just so weird.
Yeah. So I'm a little frustrated that he's not part of the trade, but They said Dame is very excited also. Yeah, I wonder if Dame's a little misaligned. I don't know. I'm just kind of confused as to, like, Dame seems okay with it and happy with it, but
another Brookfield Deuce tweet. This is why players don't come to Portland. Players begged Dame to dip for years, took significantly less assets to play with this man. I love all the Blazer fans I've grown with, but that front office is shady and disrespectful, and I don't have grace for none of them. Couldn't even face him straight up, sneaky movements.
Here we go, Eric. We told people that this type of stuff might happen after this trade.
Yeah, and so for those that don't know the situation, Brookfield Deuce has been, well, his name's just Deuce, but he's been with Dame like all summer. He's directed pretty much all his music videos for his album. He was featured on his album. He's Dame's cousin, and he's been with Dame a lot this summer. So it's not like he doesn't have any ties to Dame or anything like that. So if he says something on Twitter, like, it's not coming from Dame, but it's coming from someone who has been with Dame a lot this summer, probably more than anyone outside of his family. So yeah. We should ask if he wants to come on. I will if you want me to.
Sure. Sure, we might have to hop on something else other than Skype. I might have to set it up, but
yeah.
Sure. Go ahead.
Oh, man. I can't message him because I'm not verified. That's so dumb. Never mind.
You gonna pay the Elon fee?
I'll just reply to one of his tweets.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, other thoughts on the trade?
So I look at it two ways. If you're just talking about value for Dame, I think it's okay. Like, you got two good players. I would have liked to have more, or gone to a team where you could have gotten more than one first. But yeah, I think if you look at it that way, it's fine, and I understand why people think Cronin did well in this trade and the Blazers did well. But to me, I've been saying this all along, and for those that are gonna say it, I say this about every rebuilding team, every rebuilding situation for 4+ years now on this show. Every mock-off season we do, Tori knows I do the exact same thing in this situation, and that's trade all my assets for picks and rebuild that way, right? Like, yeah. That's been my philosophy way before Damian Lillard requested a trade. So for me, I wouldn't have been targeting players like Ayton and Jrue Holiday. I would have gone after picks for those guys. Or if those were the guys you could get, then flip them for picks. Because, like, I'm sitting here right now thinking, if we had Ayton at the draft and that offer that Dallas potentially gave them of the 10th pick, so we could be sitting here with Derek Lively on a rookie contract with 4 years to grow with Scoot. No, I know, but I'm saying, like, you could have maybe used that asset like that, right? And I know Ayton's not old or anything, but what I'm saying is he's already on a max contract. So I'd rather have pretty much everyone on rookie deals outside of, you can have vets, but they shouldn't be like max vets. You should have vets like on your bench and like mentor type vets. So yeah, I just personally for me, I would have gone after assets versus win now players, but it's still to be determined with the Jrue trade. I don't know how much value Jrue has with that potential retirement looming. There are a lot of teams that can use a point guard, but a lot of those teams were also teams that would have wanted Dame. So Like now that we turned down Toronto and Miami's offers, do they even engage with us for Jrue? Or do
especially Miami?
Right, especially Miami. And if they do, I doubt if they were lowballing this for Dame, I doubt they're giving us anything worthwhile for Jrue. So, yeah.
My one interesting team is like Philly for Harden. Harden goes wherever we get back assets from that team.
Yeah, but like, let's say it's the Clippers. The Clippers were rumored to not even be interested in giving up a first in that deal. So,
yeah,
I mean that could be wrong, I guess.
Miami might be a little bit more desperate right now. Yeah, I know how they're saying we're not desperate. We're not desperate. Well, you missed out on Dame. You know, if it's just 2 firsts and they keep Hero, is it worth it for Jrue or Harden? I don't know, but I think they got to make a move. Shout out to... Let me catch up on donations. Shout out to Michael Akers, $1 donation. Appreciate it, Michael. Shout out to Oh Sweet, $2 donation. Says Ayton already building a campsite in the paint. Scoot and Ayton pick and rolls are going to be fun, I guess. So looking forward to that.
Except for, yeah, sure.
Shout out to Smog, member for 32 months. Says, I wish I wasn't in class right now. Hit the like, y'all. Yeah, hit that like button. Let's get this to 600 likes. Shout out to MGJJ123, $5 donation. Says, after all this time, Portland grade is still incomplete, but I am glad the saga is somewhat over. Yeah, the Dame part of this saga is over. Now we have the Jrue Holiday saga. It's always a saga with this team. Shout out to Oshweet, $2 donation. Says, you think Saudi Arabia will buy the team? Maybe they make, I don't know, maybe they make Jody an offer she can't refuse.
But the owners still have to approve it, the other owners.
Yeah. Shout out to Pineapple's $2 donation. Says, get Brookfield Deuce on live. That would be extremely interesting. I would love to hear him speak on this in detail, you know, for you guys too. Shout out to Blazer Maniac, $2 donation. Says, Scoot, Simmons, Sharp, Grant, Ayton, not that bad. I mean, Simons, I think is what it was. Yeah, I mean, it's a team that could be fun. I don't know how many games they're going to win, but it basically just rests on how good is Scoot year one.
Mm-hmm.
And I know everybody expects him to come in and basically play like a star right away, but there is some efficiency things and some things he definitely needs to work on. Playing off 2 feet, finishing around the rim if he's not able to load up off one is a bit of a problem. Shoots a ton of mid-range shots. Not a good three-point shooter yet. Like, that's stuff that I expect him to improve on. I mean, he's 19 years old, you know, but that's why I think you just got to be patient with him so he can work out some of the flaws in his game and improve. Because he's 19, you shouldn't expect him to be able to replace Dame the way that, you know, he can't. He's not going to be Dame year 1 or year 2. If he's Dame year 2, we're set for life.
Yeah. Phone's blowing up.
Your phone's blowing up.
All right, I had someone who knows him ask. Thank you to that person if you're watching.
So another tweet from Deuce says, if you're a Miami fan, understand y'all had a better package. Far better. This is a Blazers front office thing. Toronto had a better package too. I don't know about I don't know what the Toronto package was. I heard it was OG, Grady Dick, Gary Trent Jr. and a first. That I don't know if that's better. But you could probably have gotten. You could have definitely gotten 2 firsts for OG. So I mean, even that trade is better. Because I don't know if you can get 2 firsts for Jrue. I think OG might have had a little bit more value than Jrue. Jrue. I keep calling him Jrue. Yeah. I mean, but why would they not take Toronto's package then? I feel like Dame would have preferred to play in Milwaukee than Toronto.
For those wondering, Dame's got to report.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dame's cool with Giannis.
I mean, he doesn't want to go to Milwaukee, but he'll report. And they might win a championship, so I think it'll be fun.
Yeah.
As long as Giannis's knees hold up, they're fine.
Yeah.
Good thing they re-signed Brook. He almost left for Houston, which would have been really weird, but.
Yeah, but it's right up Houston's alley, Van Vliet and Brook. Jonathan Frank, $10 donation, says, sucks for me he didn't go to Miami, but you guys will still get to watch Dame on a true title team. Wishing you guys the best with the rebuild, and will definitely pop into the stream on occasion. Well, we look forward to seeing you, Jonathan. Thank you for the donation, man.
Thank you.
Shout out to all the cool Heat fans that have been cool with us. You know, there's in every fan base, there's people that are really cool, that are really fun to talk basketball with, and there's people that just want to troll and stir things up. And that's every fan base, so... You know, I've never liked putting all fans in one box because every fan base has their characters. So shout out to the cool Heat fans. Shout out to Michael Akers, $2 donation, says, what does Damian Lillard's tweet mean? Go Blazers.
Let me find it.
Is there a new one? Oh, I think the latest one is just, the casuals won't be addressed, but the Trailblazers fans in City of Portland that I love truly will be, and they will be addressed truthfully. Stay tuned. Had you seen that tweet yet?
No.
Yeah, so the casuals, I think, are the people that are hating on him, that think they know how everything went down with him. Anyway. Other thoughts, so...
I wonder if he's just going to let do all the talking for him, or if he'll actually say it too.
Do you feel like Phoenix got fleeced?
I mean, I think it's quite obvious now that the talk about Ayton with Vogel and all that stuff was just talk to hype him up, because there's no way they're just dumping him for nothing, especially after he played decent in the World Cup. So like, yeah, I think they needed to trade Ayton for depth, but I don't really. So who all did they get from the Bucks? Grayson Allen, or was there someone else? Just Grayson Allen.
Just Grayson Allen.
And Nas and Keon. They still don't have like a true point guard on that team.
They didn't gain depth.
Yeah.
I don't think any of those guys are really noticeably better than the depth they already had.
Yeah. Jrue would have been perfect for them. Man, that would have been such a good fit.
They just did not want Ayton.
Yeah.
There's no way that trade is more than just they did not want Ayton. Like, what, they love Grayson Allen? He's a 2-guard. They already got Beal and Booker. And Eric Gordon. So why are they valuing Grayson Allen? What, they value Nas? I mean...
Hey, I told you guys last year with that Cam Johnson stuff that they were interested in Nas, and they were one team that actually valued Nas.
You did say that.
As a contract, so they finally get their guy.
Dude, I mean, I guess that's the only other way you can explain it, is they wanted Nas.
They actually thought Nas had lineup or value.
Could Nas start for them?
I don't know. I guess Booker and Beal are gonna start at the 1-2, right?
Yeah. So then who's their starting 3? It's gonna be him or like dude, I feel like they might be willing to start Nas over Okogie. Okogie's just limited offensively. Wouldn't that be fascinating?
Trevin says that Phoenix GM guy really knows ball then.
Trevin is our resident Nasir Little fanboy.
Trevin.
Yeah. Trevin's gonna be in Suns Valley podcast streams constantly.
I did hear some people saying like, if Miami got Nas thrown into that trade, he'd become like an all-star. Yeah. So yeah, maybe he just needs a change of scenery, and he just needs to be healthy. I think first of all, he seems to have the injury bug every season. So yeah.
Nas, point of attack defender. I mean, he's shown the flashes. It's just getting that consistently, and then him staying healthy. He shot the ball decently last year. Off the ball defense, though, man, like if anybody, Beal's not a good defender. Booker's like okay now, but if you got guys attacking those guys with Nas off the ball, that's the thing with Nas. His off the ball defense has always been very, very weak. He makes a lot of off ball mistakes.
We now don't have to worry about if we're picking up Keon's option.
Yeah.
Dude, that's another thing. I mean, Cronin traded for Keon, talked about how valuable he was, talked about how he was part of the young core that they were really excited about just like a year ago. And now they just like threw him in to get rid of him in this trade. So that
yeah, because I don't think Phoenix cares to have him. Yeah, he was just a throw-in. I mean, can't complain about getting Ayton for that package. It's just like if it just seems like they didn't value Keon at all if they threw him into this trade. Maybe Phoenix really wanted Keon, but why would they want Grayson Allen and Keon when they already have Booker, Beal, and Eric Gordon? And a Kogi and Craig, like, just doesn't make sense to me.
Yes, but that's so like the Suns thought that little of Ayton that they were willing to be like, hey, we need you to take on this extra salary too, and they're like, okay, sure.
Yeah, I don't know. And then we'll give you Kamara, dude. Let's go. I'm
excited about that. Dude, he can guard like bigs. He can guard guards. This he's an amazing defender. He's exactly the type of lengthy defender we need. Unfortunately, he's like the same size and stuff as Jabari and Chris Murray, pretty much. So they can't play all three of them. But yeah,
he averaged 16 points per game in summer league in 29 minutes.
Yeah.
It was 4 games, but he had some legitimate flashes in summer league.
Do you know what he shot from three? At a really small sample size. But did he shoot any threes?
I don't know. In college, his final season, he shot 36% from 3 on 2.5 attempts per game. That's not really his thing, but he's kind of, you know what? You know what he kind of reminds me of? Like a Mo Harkless, Aminu type of guy.
Yeah.
And we've been talking about how we've been missing those types of guys.
He plays bigger than those because I guess it's more like Aminu then because but he can, I don't know, he's like a hustle guy like Harkless. So yeah, I kind of see that. But I think Harkless had trouble guarding up, but he was really good guarding down.
Yeah.
The lineup. I think Kamara's maybe the opposite. He might struggle a little bit guarding down, but guarding up, I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the type of forward to take a chance on, you know, if you can figure it out. I don't know what he shot.
Okay.
Chat, if you can find what he shot in Summer League, let me know.
Man, if we got him and Marjan in this trade, I'd actually be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, if we got Marjan. God, man. The thing is, the Phoenix-Portland part of this trade for Portland is a win. It's just a win. Like, well, I know I'm not super high on Ayton. I think he's a little overrated, attitude questions, but he is better than Nurkic, and you're taking a chance on a guy, seeing how he looks with Scoot. Like, you're not giving up picks to do so. And then you also get Tamani Kamara, who I probably would have traded Nas and Keon for straight up, just to take a chance on him. Like,
well, the thing about Kamara is we've been talking for a couple of years now about needing those like gritty, tough players that, like obviously a second round rookie's not going to come in and yell at other teammates and stuff like that. But he's one of those guys who gets in other players' faces and just loves playing defense, like a do everything type glue guy who will, like, even if he's not shooting well, he'll hustle his butt off, kind of like Josh Hart, only a little bigger. And those are the kind of players that Portland has needed for a really long time.
Yep. Kenny Beecham said Blazers look really fun. Yeah, I mean
they are interesting for sure.
They are interesting. So it's got something to cover, you know? Cool with that. Just curious when we get back for Jrue. Like, Is there any specific young players you'd be targeting for Jrue that you like, that you feel like is undervalued by the team they're on? I know that that's kind of a question that you probably need time to think of guys like that, but...
Well, I mean, if we could get, like, Grady Dick and Koloko or something from Toronto, I don't think we could, but if you could, I would consider that, because they have the contracts with, like, Thad Young and Otto Porter.
Yeah.
Gary Trent, you can maybe flip to another team, but like
another guard.
You can maybe find a way to get there, and is still a point guard need, I think. And I mean, the defense would be pretty good with OG and Siakam with Pirtle and Jrue Holiday. Yeah, so shooting's still an issue, but I mean that's seemingly never going to get addressed for them. So yeah, maybe them. Let's see. Philly, the problem is I really like Paul Reed, but he's not eligible to be traded till January 15th. See, I don't know who I'd target from them.
I mean, for them, it'd be Harden to another team.
Yeah, Harden for another team. So then you look at the Clippers. You get your guy.
Who's that? Kobe Brown?
Kobe Brown.
We just got Kamara, and we have Chris Murray, and we have DeMar Walker.
I know. Yeah, all too small to play center, but
yeah.
I'm just trying to think of like prospects on teams. Yeah, Brooklyn. Brooklyn, if you could get Clowney and a first.
Yeah.
And you might have to take on Simmons' contract in that, or
Simmons backup center behind DeAndre Ayton.
That'd be so crazy.
That would just be everything we've talked about coming full circle, man.
Get everyone with the attitude problems like on the same roster. Who else could we get?
Jonah says Nets fan here. They don't want Jrue. Well, okay. Chicago maybe, because you can play that Lonzo Ball role since Lonzo's not going to be healthy.
Yeah, I could see us eating Lonzo's contract since he's not going to play.
We could get our first back.
And
which
I don't. They can't trade another first for a while. But if you got your first back, a future first, and just like matching salary, I don't think that'd be that bad. But I don't think we need to get our first back. But I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is it's protected so long that even if we keep it the next 3 years, like, then we're still going to owe it. You know, and it's right. Like, actually, it would be good, because if we're rebuilding, right, and we miss the playoffs, like, the next 3 years, we still owe our pick. Say after those 3 years, like, we're ready to make a all-in trade around Scoot and Sharp and whatever we have. We face the same exact problem that we faced the past couple of off seasons, where it's how do we get our pick back from the Bulls? Getting that back from the Bulls just makes it so that we don't have to worry about that, and we can strategically plan out what we do with our first again. So that would be nice. I don't think they'll give up Patrick Williams for Jrue Holiday. I think the only way they're giving him up is if they're getting Damian Lillard. Dalen Terry could be interesting as a small forward. He's a guy I liked in the draft. Didn't really do anything his rookie year, but can play some defense, pass the ball a little bit. Like, kind of, I would take a flyer on him. So, I mean, best case scenario would maybe be a trade with, like, I'd take back Lonzo in his contract, right? Because, I mean, we're going to be paying Ayton a max for the next couple years, and Jeremy Grant, like, we're probably not going the cap space route. So, like, maybe Lonzo Ball in his contract, Dalen Terry thrown in, and then they have to throw in like another piece. I said Suns had Torrey Craig earlier. I forgot he left for Chicago, by the way. The problem is, what's that other piece, though? It's really hard to get them there salary-wise, because they can't trade Io. They can't trade Javon Carter because they signed him. Andre Drummond, did he accept a player option?
Yeah.
Okay, so Andre Drummond, throw him in there for salary. So Lonzo, Dalen Terry, Andre Drummond, that gets them to $27 million. Jrue Holiday, their way, is 36. So you'd also have to throw in... They don't really have... Like, Carlick Jones, if they can trade him. Julian Phillips. and that gets them to 30 million. So then that would match. But that's 5 players we're bringing back. We probably just cut them all. But if we get Lonzo, Dalen Terry, Andre Drummond, Julian Phillips, Carlick Jones, the only guy I value there is Dalen Terry. Lonzo's included to make the salary work. And then we get our first back, and then if we got another first, that would be a huge win. I feel like it'd be more likely to be our first back in seconds, though.
Yeah. I don't think that's enough, just getting a first back.
It's not. Yeah. It's not enough. Because then for Dame, all we get is
especially
2
for
firsts.
taking Jrue or Lonzo on, because Array says Ball would be foolish. Well, I mean, we're not getting Ball because we think he's going to be good. We're getting him because they have to include him to match salary, and that's why they would want a point guard. And yeah, so that's why
You guys got to stop thinking of it in terms of every player we get is to play them. Like, some guys have to be included as matching salary. Lonzo's not going to play next year.
Yeah.
But does that matter? If we're trading Jrue Holiday away, he's making $36 million. Like, you're probably going to have to take back some questionable salary that maybe you don't want just in order to flip Jrue Holiday somewhere. So there's a comment. Is Tory blind or is he just dumb? Make your point instead of attacking people. What is your point? What do you have a problem with regarding a Bulls trade? Like, I understand that Lonzo is probably retired, okay? But he's not probably retired. He might play again. He might be retired. I don't know. You're not getting Lonzo back to play him.
Yeah.
You're getting Lonzo back as salary filler that you keep on the books, but they're out of the tax.
And that's
so
probably
why we tripping. If you're getting back first, then who cares?
That's why I think we get a second first, is because you're taking on that contract. So. And
if he medically retires after this season, isn't he off the books? Isn't he off the cap sheet?
Yeah, he would be, yeah, but...
Yeah, so he'd be off the cap sheet
never know
anyway.
about that. Blazers have gotten screwed twice in the past.
But that was a long-term... That was like a long-term contract in insurance. That wasn't with our cap, though. So that's the thing.
The Brandon Roy one was, but that also happened with Darius Miles. He ended up playing a few games for the Memphis Grizzlies, and it ended up putting his salary back on our books.
Lonzo only has 2 years left on his contract, making $20 million.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're paying DeAndre Ayton a max contract. Like, we're paying DeAndre Ayton a max contract. Yeah. We're paying Jeremy Grant and DeAndre Ayton a combined, like, $65 million a year.
Yeah.
So who cares if we have $20 million rotting on the bench, as long as we're out of the tax, because Jody Wood doesn't want to pay the tax. Like, the Lonzo part of it is not to play Lonzo on an injured knee, so I don't understand why the dude that was tripping about what I was saying is now saying only dummies tripping over Lonzo money on our team. Okay, well then why were you asking if I was dumb, bro? Doesn't make sense. I don't think Pat Will gets traded for Jrue. I don't think that... Maybe they will. If you can get Pat Williams, then maybe that's enough. But what, is he going to start at the 3? He's a 4. So now you got Jeremy Grant, Pat Williams, Chris Murray, Jabari Walker, Tamani Kamara. You got a lot of 4s. Kevin Knox. You remember when I said that signing Kevin Knox was pointless? Well, if we're getting back a bunch of pieces in a Jrue Holiday trade now, what was the point?
I'd rather play... Well, technically, I don't think he is physically signed.
Yeah, but do we just go back and say, nah, just kidding? Like...
I mean, it could have been when they agreed that it was contingent on that.
Yeah, maybe. Getting our pick back isn't that big of a rush. Yeah, but it would be nice to do because at some point we're probably going to want to trade future first. Well, I guess in like 2027, it's only protected through a couple years, so we could still trade future first. So I guess it's not that big of a deal.
But, so what did we get? 28 and 30 swaps?
Yeah.
So 28's the last year of that, so we don't want... That negates the swap, right?
Yeah.
So we definitely don't want it to convey in 2028, because that means they get Milwaukee's pick.
Let me just say this. If we don't make the playoffs by 2027, we have bigger issues.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, that's...
Yeah.
That's one thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't think it will go that far, but that's crazy. Imagine it goes that far. When we saw the protections, it was like, what the hell? That's so pointless to protect it that long. It's going to convey before then. And then we missed the playoffs like the next 6 years. Here's the thing about the Bucks. They're now locked in 2028 and 2030. Those swaps may turn into a lottery pick for the Blazers. Absolutely.
It's the same thing we're saying about any team. Like, that's why we were never mad about future picks.
Mm-hmm. I would have been more confident in the Heat's picks being good than I am the Bucks. Because Giannis is still going to be young enough to carry a team.
Brook and Middleton, though, will be... They're already showing signs of maybe. And Dame, of course, but yeah.
They are going all in on a window before then.
Yeah. Props to them, man. Props to the Bucks. They took a chance.
So, like, once Dame's gone and Brook's gone and Middleton's declined, like, what do they do then if they don't have their picks? Do they just trade Giannis to start a rebuild? And then we're just in heaven? You know how nice it would be to cover a contending team and also have, like, top 5 picks?
Yeah.
That would be my dream.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I mean, that's ultimately what I wanted. Yeah.
That would be my dream, bro. That would be my dream. Anyway, and speaking of dreams, Eric.
Like, if we were good last year and had 3 firsts.
Yeah.
Or something like that, you know?
Speaking of dreams, do you get where I'm going with this? Do you like this segue so far?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, speaking of dreams, if you want to have good dreams, if you want to have a good night's sleep, get yourself a Manta sleep mask. Our sponsor, still going strong into this season. Still going strong. Honestly, regarding the reporting with this Dame saga, might as well just been wearing one of these and had the ears covered. This is the sound mask, so it's a Bluetooth sleep mask. Connects to your phone. You can play audio through speakers in the mask. It's really sick. They're adjustable, really comfortable as well. So, if you like listening to noise when you fall asleep, if you live in an apartment complex that has curtains that are way too thin and lets too much light in, this is great for that. Blocks out all light. And then also, I use it for midday meditation. You know, during this Dame saga, it was extremely stressful for me. So I use this for, like, guided audio meditation as well. It's perfect for that. So get yourself a Manta sleep mask today. Use the promo code Uprise. There's a link in the description box below. The promo code Uprise will give you 10% off. I will also post the link in chat. Not only are you taking care of your sleep, you're also helping out the channel, because supporting any one of our advertisers also helps us out. So definitely check them out. It's a great gift. If you don't feel like you need one, but you think someone else in your family might, or someone you care about, it makes for a great gift. You're showing them that you care about their sleep, which is very thoughtful. So get yourself a Manta sleep mask with the promo code Uprise. Thank you to them for sponsoring this live stream and sponsoring us going into next season. Sorry, I had a segue dream.
No problem.
I had to segue dream. But
good plug. Kobe asks, can we get your initial reactions when you heard the news? I know you've already...
So I was in a call with a creator. I'm helping out various sports creators with graphics and stuff this year. I was actually in a call with one of them. It was just like, what the hell, Dame to Milwaukee? Borna started calling me, and yeah, got tagged on like everything. All over the place. Yeah, it was funny.
Yeah, I just punched out for my lunch at work, and my initial reaction was, oh no, we took the Bucks offer, because knowing that they only had one first round pick that they could trade.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man, that means we didn't go for picks. So I knew we went the win now route or whatever, which is fine. But that was my initial reaction, was why would we do a trade with the Bucks?
Yeah. That was my initial reaction too. The Ayton part saved this for me. I would be mad if it was just the Bucks package, man. You just get Holiday in a first. Who knows what you can even get Holiday for?
If we had Grayson Allen right now, too, on top of
that would be disgusting. Jesus. I mean, there's a reason why I didn't think they had enough, because it's funny, because fans are apparently doing victory laps about this trade that didn't want the Heat package, but, like, is Hero in 2 firsts worse than Holiday and 1 first? I don't think so. Maybe you can get back more for Holiday, but maybe you can make up that gap. But all those people were saying that even if Miami was getting Portland 4 firsts, and Jovic and Hawkes, it still wasn't good enough. So it's like, how is this good enough? Is it because we got Ayton? But the Ayton part of this trade was kind of separate. All that Phoenix got back from Milwaukee was Grayson Allen.
Yeah, so you put Caleb Martin instead of him, and you could have still gotten Ayton in no matter what trade, or any other player. That's kind of my thing. Is just like, I didn't think the Heat package was that bad. I didn't think that, given the way the market shaped up, I thought people were maybe expecting a little bit too much out of a Dame trade. That's why I'm not sitting here like completely pissed off. And I think the Ayton part of it was a win. But the Milwaukee part of it, like, if you didn't think Miami's best offer was good enough, I don't know how you can be happy about the Milwaukee part of it. And that just goes to some of the inconsistency where it just feels like people just wanted anything but Miami because screw Miami. We just want something else. Like, if we got back this package from Miami, it seems like people wouldn't have liked that. But because it was from Milwaukee, we're fine. Mm-hmm. Well, now that Jrue's on the team, he's got to do the work on Jrue. You can't tell the other team they have to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. I still want to know how Gabe feels, man. I tried calling him.
Is he sleeping?
I don't know.
Or working? Yeah.
I don't know. I will call him again. No, he doesn't work today. He does not work today. We had a meeting together, like a business meeting together at 10 a.m. Like right before this. He was up. Looked a little tired. I'm gonna call him again. Because he still has not responded. So I don't even know if he knows it's happened. He answers with a, "What do you want?" He ain't picking up, man.
I'm sorry.
You're not sorry, robot. Alright. Chat, any questions? Any thoughts? Shout out to put your thoughts and stuff in chat, questions, whatever, while I read these donations. Shout out to Davon Daniels, $2 donation, says, how do you guys feel about Ayton? I've kind of spoke on it. Eric, how do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's okay. Personally, I wouldn't touch a center that's on a max contract that has questionable attitude and, on a max contract, unless you're for sure one of the elite centers. I don't like that. And I've said this about Ayton way before Dame requested a trade, so please don't say I'm only hating it because Dame went to Milwaukee. I would have said the same thing even if he went to Miami. I think I would have stayed away from Ayton, but I understand the intrigue. Former number 1 pick, a center that could, take a jump if he cared enough to do it. But I've never been a fan of guys who don't improve much from year to year and who just rely on being big and athletic and stuff. So that's always been my issue. So in chat, someone says Ayton doesn't have attitude problems. He literally gave up on plays in the playoffs just a few months ago. So
Suns fans and Gabe was calling him out for it.
So yeah, and he got into it with the coach. Didn't like certain situations there. He multiple arguments on the benches, on the Phoenix bench in the playoffs. Yeah. So,
I'll paint it this way, and this is optimistic, right? Because he definitely has some question marks coming into here. that I think you stated pretty well right there. The optimistic side of it is Nurkic, Nas, and Keon Johnson made 27 mil. Like, you're paying an extra 5 mil for Ayton instead of those guys. Like, and right now this team needs to find guys with upside that can maybe take a step.
Yeah.
And Ayton could be a really good pick and roll partner for Scoot Henderson, a really athletic big lob target. You're paying an extra $5 million compared to what you gave up to Phoenix in order to take that chance. Like, that is reasonable to me. So I think Ayton's overpaid, but it's kind of a different calculation. If you're butting up against the tax and you're doing that and making it hard to make other moves to win, it's different than right now. Like, they are in rebuild mode and they're taking a chance on maybe him fulfilling some upside, and the guys they gave up, like Nas, Keon, Nurk, made a combined $27 million already. So I think Ayton has more upside in himself than any one of those three pieces.
Right, of course. But I'm looking at it more building the team that's ultimately going to be the best to build around Scoot. Because Jonah Falcon in chat says, you both should think of this as the trade that cleared the way for Scoot Henderson. That's exactly what I'm saying, though. Like, I feel like bringing on max contract center isn't the right way to build that around Scoot Henderson. I would have gotten more assets so you could maybe get a more known commodity later on, or find the young players that could be the same as him. I know he's only 6 years older, or 5 years older or whatever, but I just feel like I would build around Scoot, absolutely, but I would have done it in a different way. That's all I'm saying.
I would agree if they could get assets for Ayton, or if they gave up assets for Ayton.
Right. Yeah.
Like, the fact that they only gave up Nurk, Keon, and Nas, and then the fact that they also got back Tamani Kamara, the Tamani Kamara part's a win, but like, if they let the first from Milwaukee go to Phoenix, then I'd be mad about choosing Ayton over that asset, Like, I didn't want to choose Ayton over first. Basically, it's just choosing him over Nurk, Nas, and Keon. So, like, that part is fine, because I think it's more just like an opportunistic play at a chance that he can take a step up playing next to Scoot, maybe having a little bit more offensive responsibility. And if not, I mean, what'd you really truly lose out on? It's like I don't know if it's high reward play, because I kind of assume that he's just going to be similar to what he's always been, but it's very low risk. So I think in terms of analyzing it on risk versus reward, it's a fine.
Well, you lose out on cap space and flexibility to take on contracts for assets later.
Yeah, that's opportunity cost, because they would have had to trade Nurk and Nas and not pick up Keon, right? Like, because $5 million is not going to make much of a difference. Of course, there's roster spots calculated, so maybe it's more on like you're eating $7-8 million into your cap space. But they could have gone in two ways. They could have tried to get expirings for Nurk and Nas, and then had cap space to accumulate assets and that sort of thing. But that's iffy in itself. Like, who knows what opportunities are going to be there. We can't foresee what opportunities are going to be there. So yeah, I have no problems with it.
Yeah.
What are the chances of the Blazers trading Ayton at the deadline? No idea. We haven't seen what he looks like. I think if he underachieves, it's going to be impossible to trade him.
We're going to have to give him away like Phoenix did.
If he overachieves, we're probably keeping him because he's looking good. So I actually think there's almost no chance Ayton gets moved at the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
Ayton will be what Odin never could. I don't agree with that at all.
Well, I mean, if he is, I think you could potentially trade him for like expirings and just go about that.
Here's the problem with Ayton. He shoots too many shots from the mid-range. Like, people like the idea of Ayton because he's an athletic big who, like, can finish on the inside. Like, he finishes around the rim pretty well. But a lot of times he doesn't try going at the rim. A lot of times he'll shoot like a 12-foot floater, 15-foot mid-range, instead of just trying to go at guys and truly put pressure on the rim. So that's the thing. Like, you know, you look at Nurkic's rim finishing numbers, they're worse than Ayton's, but I thought Nurkic would make more of an effort to try and get to the rim than Ayton does. So, next year, there's a chance that we lead the team in terms of mid-range shots. Because we got Jeremy Grant, who loves his mid-range. Scoot Henderson shoots a ton from the mid-range. DeAndre Ayton, for a center, shoots a lot from the mid-range. Like, can the offense truly be elite if we're shooting a ton of shots from the mid-range? You know, so like for people that think the team could be good next year, I don't know if the shot diet is going to be good enough to be like truly good offensively. I don't know. Because, you know, mid-range shots, they do keep defenders honest in terms of, like, if you're turning the corner, they can't just run and try and meet you at the rim. If you're a threat to pull up and knock down enough mid-range jumpers, they have to kind of stay on you. So it's a little easier to turn corners, get to the rim. It kind of opens up some things. You can have an efficient offense while shooting a lot of mid-range shots. I'm not saying that you can't. It's just, I don't want it to be something where we are settling for mid-range shots. That is kind of a worry going into next season.
Connor says someone tweeted Ayton's already playing 2K right now with a Blazers shirt on.
Hey, man, if it's not getting in the way of his career, fine. Play as much video games as you want. You know, I've never been one to kind of harp on that. There has been talk of, like, he's up till 5 in the morning the nights before games playing video games. Like, you know, that's when it's maybe a little bit of a problem if you're not getting enough sleep because you're playing 2K all night.
Wait, caught up on donations. I don't know where you left off.
Okay. Yeah. Embarking Box member for 6 months. What's up, man? Says, glad we got Kamara. We almost share a last name. Yeah, you guys do. That's a good part of the trade. Most underrated part of the trade, probably. Oh, sweet. $2 donation says, Myers Leonard is so happy to be with Dame again. Is Myers Leonard still on the Bucks?
I don't think they
brought him back.
Terry Stotts is, though.
Yeah, it's Terry Stotts.
He's an assistant coach.
God. Oh, man. Shout out to Bubba. 279 Canadian dollar dono says, so are the Heat screwed? Can a Jrue save them? I mean, Jrue doesn't solve their offensive lulls. Dame was a better fit than Jrue by far. They need a guard with offensive firepower. And I know people think that's Tyler Hero. They need a star guard. And that's why Dame was so perfect for them. So they flopped. Or Portland decided to not take a better package just to trade Dame elsewhere, which sounds like it might have been possible. Shout out to Antoine Thomas, $5 donation, says, only GOAT topic Nurk will ever be in is the Phoenix scapegoat when they lose games. Watch out for the cold feet. Oh, he will definitely be the scapegoat if they lose games.
Yeah. And for those that had a problem with Nurk's attitude, just wait till you watch Ayton.
Yeah. That's the problem. I watch a lot of Suns games because I like listening to Suns Valley podcasts because they do live watch parties for games and watching Suns games at the same time. I mean, and they've had breakdowns. Like, Ayton's attitude is not better than Nurkic's. But because Ayton's new, he will have more of a leash here. And maybe Nurkic will have more of a leash in Phoenix. I don't know. Shout out to Polly Ross, $2 donation, says, Jrue to Spurs for Collins and Sohan and pick. I just have no idea why the Spurs would do that because Jrue is
Come
supposedly...
on, Paulie. You're my guy, but the Spurs have no interest in Jrue.
That's like... That is such a fleecing even if they were trying to win because Sohan they drafted top 10. Like, Sohan's worth at least 2 firsts. Collins might have played his way into be worth a late first and then a pick on top of that. That's like 4 first-round picks in terms of value. And Jrue, here's the problem. Jrue has been on the record saying he's going to retire after his contract's up. I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember the exact quote, but it was along those lines. His contract's up in 2 years. What young team is going to trade for Jrue if they're not going to win in the next 2 years when he's going to retire? Like, what's the point? It has to be a contending team that has hopes of winning a championship in the next 2 years. Like, at worst, it's like, I mean, we tossed out the Bulls because the Bulls, who knows what they're doing, and they're just freaking a mess and directionless. So directionless teams, maybe. If not, then, like, they have to be probably at least as good as the New York Knicks, I would guess. Then again, I never thought the Bucks would trade for Dame, so I didn't think they had enough.
Trevor Williams says he came out a week or two ago saying he was possibly open to an extension, so maybe that's changed.
Yeah, but you probably need to trade him somewhere that he'd want to go, which is probably a team that is winning games. Maybe he'd re-sign in San Antonio. I don't know. But that comment is good. Do you want to get Gabe on here?
Is he awake?
He's awake.
Yeah. Did he just find out, or has he known?
I don't know. I don't know how long he found. We could ask him. We need to get him on here. We need to set up a 3. Okay, it's gonna be glitchy in terms of like where the cameras are. Okay, I will try and fix it in a second. Let me just call. How do I add to a call? Is my question. I have no idea. We still use
add
Skype.
Participants.
Oh, can you add to a call? Do you still have his?
Did that just put it
up?
On
down there. Okay, I can do it. I'll do it. I see it now.
Yeah.
Okay, I have him. I'm adding him. I'm calling him right now. He still has Frank Kaminsky as his Skype picture. Let's see if he answers. Gabe Guerrero unavailable. And also I can't hear you anymore unless you muted your mic.
I did not mute my mic.
Oh. Is he in here? I don't know. Maybe we need to move on from Skype. Yeah. I could give you... Was the collab cam working for you last time we tried it?
No, it wasn't because we're both hooked up to the same Blazers Uprise account, I think.
Okay. Well, I'll see. Because I want his reaction on getting Nurkic.
Decline says,
give us some insight. Go ahead.
Why do I feel like Jrue to Boston in a 3-way for Brogdon plus picks is what's going to happen? If they give a couple first, I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, he said he's ready.
Yeah.
I just need to make a new scene, I guess. The problem is what salary filler is on top of Brogdon. That's the problem with Boston. Because he would replace Marcus Smart's role. Because they lost Smart, so...
What does Jrue make right now?
36 mil. A little bit over 36 mil. Brogdon is 22.
On Spot Track, the 5 trending players are Jrue Holiday, Damian Lillard, DeAndre Ayton, Jusuf Nurkic, and Giannis.
Why is Giannis a trending player?
I don't know. People are just maybe seeing how long he's signed for. And then the trending pages are Bucks cap table, Suns cap table, Blazers cap table.
Yep. For all the... For all the CBA nerds like us. Brogdon too injury prone. We wouldn't... Guys. We gotta stop approaching every single trade. Like, every player we get back is to play them. And value them.
All right, come on. We explained this to you with Lonzo Ball. Like, if we're talking about someone like that who's injury prone, or we're talking about what assets you get with that person, not that person. It's the same thing with like Kyle Lowry with Miami. Like we didn't want Kyle Lowry on the Blazers. It just was to match salary.
Yeah, I had a trade idea where like the Blazers get 3 picks and Ayton and then Lowry, and somebody responded like, "Quit writing on Kyle Lowry. Like, what do you want? Basically, why do you want Kyle Lowry? Like, bro, come on, man." Anyway, Gabe will be ready in a second. He says he's getting ready. I guess he's doing his makeup or something.
His makeup. Yeah.
Yeah. But he can give us some insight on Ayton. He's covered him the last 3 years.
Stop writing Lowry, Tori. Jeez.
Yeah, silly me. Silly me.
What's up, Sundo? Vanilla Isis, please stop spamming chat.
Sundo's here before Gabe. Wow. Gabe did say he was taking a nap, by the way, so. Chose the wrong time to take a nap, I guess. Anyway, I'm not going to fix the camera yet. I'm setting up a 3-person scene. We got any good questions in chat? Any good comments, Eric?
Hold on.
No. What is Eric up to? Chat. What? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. Just responding to people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're fine. Okay, I'm trying to set up something, so lots of dead air. What kind of attitude problems did Ayton have? Lazy, angry, uncoachable? Well, hopefully Gabe will be on to answer those questions for us in a sec. I'm trying to set up a scene for us.
All 3. David Miller says, when can we realistically expect to see Holiday traded? Today yet? Or are we talking days and weeks?
Anytime.
I don't know. Could be. Sundo had a $5 donation. Thanks, man. You didn't read that already, did you?
No, you got it.
He says, hopefully Ayton shows out on a team where he's expected to be the guy. Hope you unlock him. I hope we unlock him too. I'll be rooting for him.
Hopefully we make him worth that contract. Fingers crossed.
Gray Hughes says, bummed about Nurkic.
Huh. But we got rid of Dame.
Can you hear me?
Thought you would be happy about that. Oh, we got Gabe in here? Okay, cool. What's up? Nice.
Hey, guys.
Do you have a green screen?
Oh, hey, guys.
What?
Oh, hey, Eric.
Hello,
Did you
Blake,
hear
how are
you
you?
up to?
Did you hear Sharp's coming to Phoenix, Eric?
Yeah, your boy Flex had that.
Well,
unlocked.
you know, we just wanted everyone to be aware that was a possibility, Eric. And we still have faith. We still have faith it's going to happen. But what's going on with you guys? So I just woke up after that meeting me and Tori had.
Yeah.
I went and took a little nap-ski. So if you guys wouldn't mind breaking it down for me, like someone that just woke up from a nap and literally doesn't know anything except for the fact that we got fleeced.
Well, how much do you know? Do you know the package?
I know I'm not happy.
You're not happy, huh?
I know I'm not happy because I don't have Shaden Sharp in my cup right now.
And that's why Flex got to stop preaching
Shaden
false hope.
No, I know. And if you guys watch the video, you know me and Sundo were like, there's just like we're not saying like
they're basing the whole rebuild around Sharp. They're not giving him up for Ayton.
That's what I would think.
Just like they're not giving up the third pick for Ayton.
Right.
But yeah, so your part of it
hear
is
this.
You gave up Tamani Kamara too.
Jesus!
Did you just find that out?
Yes.
We got Tamani.
Hey,
You guys gave us Kamara along with Ayton, and you got back Grayson Allen, Jusuf Nurkic, Nas Little,
right now.
and Keon Johnson are all Suns.
It's funny because I had a feeling we were gonna get Lil Nas X.
Yeah,
I had a
talking
weird
about this.
feeling about that last night.
Real quick, Gray Hughes, you're gonna love Tamani Kamara. He's like a hustle Jerome Kersey type player. Might be exactly what we've been missing for that kind of role.
So what did you guys get? And are you guys happy?
We got Ayton, Jrue Holiday, who we're apparently flipping.
Whoa! Okay.
Yeah.
And we got 1 first-round pick unprotected in 2029, 2 swaps, and then Kamara. Did I miss anything?
Are you happy?
It kind of it's dependent on what we get for Holiday because he's not staying apparently. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, I'm happy for you guys. I'm happy. I mean, you guys. It was about time something went right for y'all. But I thought you wanted more.
We do want more. It just that's where it depends on what we get for Jrue, because they're not going to keep Jrue because we got all our guards, right? So it's the same thing with like Hero. Like we don't want another guard on top of Scoot, Sharp, Simons. So the whole thing is like we are for sure not keeping Jrue. So if we get back like 2 firsts for Jrue, it's solid in my opinion. If we get back less, then it's definitely very questionable.
Man, dude, I wish we could have got Jrue out of that situation. I'm not happy. I'm not.
Yeah, I would have said Jrue for Ayton. You guys would be sitting pretty right now.
Oh boy! I mean, a point guard like that, and then you could slide Beal back to the 2. And see, here's the thing. I told people, I did an Instagram live when we were talking about what might happen and this and that, and I was saying the guy I was talking with, Suns Worldwide on Instagram, he was saying that Ishbia's made such great decisions and like he's done some good things, but sometimes he's just adding too much to the meal, man. He's just got too many cooks in the kitchen, or okay, the thing I didn't like that he did last season was giving up Dario. We would have been better off keeping Dario instead of bringing on Baisley, a little bit more money so that we could have Terrence Ross, because Monty decided not to play either of them anyways. So it's like he's not perfect. Ishbia is not perfect. And
they both would have walked last offseason probably, right? They're both free agents.
Baisley and Ross?
Yeah. And Sarge, right? They're all free agents.
I feel like Wario. I just feel like Wario would have been better for us in that, because remember we had to turn to Jock.
Yeah.
So like,
Yeah.
turn Wario against Joker than Jock. I mean, it's splitting hairs, but this isn't good for the Suns. Except I'm not like most Suns fans. I actually like Nurkic. Like Nurkic does. I'm not mad we got Nurkic, but it's like,
You're not like most Blazer fans too.
I like Nurkic. I think if he stays healthy, we could be fine with him. It's just, weren't you supposed to get something better than Nurkic? Can you guys point me to what was better than Nurkic?
Well, I thought if it's Miami, you can maybe get back Caleb Martin. And that's what I thought you guys were angling for, was Caleb Martin.
Proven playoff.
And it's just Nas. I think this trade is going to come down to, can Nas finally find some consistency with you guys? Because he's shown flashes, and he shot the 3-ball well last year, and he's shown that he can, when he's right, be a good on-ball defender. Problem is, off-the-ball defensively, he's just a mess. And then his shot isn't consistent. Like 1 month he'll shoot 42% from 3, 1 month he'll shoot like 28%. And then he has not been able to stay healthy. So that's kind of been the thing with him, and it just Eric was saying months ago that Phoenix had interest in Nas, and it seems like that's the guy you guys wanted back in this deal. Like, you guys were okay flipping Ayton for Nurkic because you got back Nasir Little. So that's just going to be really interesting to me to see how that plays out, because I truly don't think Nasir Little was good enough to value in a deal like this. It's not like you guys saved money, ducked the super tax or anything.
I think they did, maybe.
Did they? No, they gained money.
Did they?
At least when I put it in the trade machine, it said they gained money.
Someone in chat earlier, I haven't checked, but someone in chat said they were
Maybe I added the wrong person.
Save $4 million or something.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense, because Nurkic, Nas, and Keon is like $27 million. No, yeah, and then Grayson Allen's like $8 million, so that's like $35 million.
Okay.
Yeah, so they gained money. Go ahead, Gabe.
With Grayson Allen, he's come along, right? Like, I don't know if you guys have noticed what a improved shooter he's become.
Yeah.
He's always been known for shooting.
Like, now I'm seeing him pull up off dribble, like come off screens with the ball in his hand and pull on the move. Like, that's sexy. That's kind of cool.
But like, my question is, would you play him over Eric Gordon? Because you guys got Eric Gordon. I thought that was a good pickup.
Need someone to get kicked in the nuts. Yeah.
So when you play against Draymond.
Yeah. It'd be a great Draymond stopper. Other than that, man, it's like you're making a dessert and you're like, hey, I wonder what cinnamon would taste like in this dump. Is it in the recipe? Like, we had such a good roster, man. Like, it was so good. I am happy that Ayton, and this is just so weird. I'm not happy that you guys get to deal with Ayton, but it's cool that I get to keep such a close eye on him. I'm sure you feel that way about Nurkic. You get to keep a close eye on him with us. And what were you going to say, Eric?
I want you to explain to all the Blazer fans who have never heard you explain why you feel that way about Ayton.
I'm sure everybody grew up with somebody, or you are this person, right? You have all the God-given talent in the world, but I was like this. Like, I don't have all the God-given talent. I had I had some talent.
You were like this.
You were like this.
Like, this is
classic.
Just hear me out. This is what my coaches would always tell me. They'd be like, "Man, you have probably the most talent on the team, but we just can't get you to learn the offense, play the way we want you to play, that sort of thing." So, like, talent can only get you so far in life, and I played varsity basketball. That was it. I couldn't go any further because I just wasn't mature, right? I wasn't mature enough to dedicate myself to do the things that I needed to do. I thought my talent that carried me through junior high was going to get me to college. And it's like DA's the same kind of guy. He just thinks that this God-given talent that he has, which is vastly superior to anything I ever sniffed, is good enough. And he doesn't have to, like, he only started working on things. Like, I think you guys might luck out, though, because he's mad now. He's been mad. The way we abandoned him and talked crap about him, and then he goes to the Bahamas, you could really see like a change in him. Like, if you guys want any sort of like optimism in the chat about DA, I put a couple of Bahamas videos out about him. You can see how he was playing in the Bahamas. Couple of rough spots here and there, a couple of little Ayton mistakes, but for the most part, he was back to hitting his mid-range fadeaways. He was back to blocking shots. He was back to rebounding tough, yelling we've never seen him lead a huddle. Dude was leading the huddle in the Bahamas, telling people to shut the F up. And people are like, yeah, listen to DA. He knows what he's talking about. Get the ball to DA. And he's like, yeah. Like, he's in a good place right now.
Mm-hmm. For the record, I posted a link to your channel, Suns Valley Podcast, on YouTube. Go check those videos out if you're interested in Gabe's breakdowns.
I mean, if you type in like Suns Valley Podcast Ayton, you'll probably find like at least 15, 20 videos. I've made all kinds of videos about him. I've given up on him. I've given him second chances in these videos. I've given him 8th chances. I would have given him a 9th chance to come back to the Suns because our coach is really good with bigs, and it seemed like you just had to get him away from Monty. But one thing about Matt Ishbia in his business life is like he likes to have sweeping change. He's a big proponent of sweeping change, and it don't get no more sweeping than just having Devin Booker left on the team from that finals team. You know, so like,
yeah.
I'm hopeful for you guys. I'm hopeful. I think he's going to be really good for you guys.
Yeah, I think that's why they took the chances that they can get his mind right. You know, it's just normally it's been we can get this player's mind right, like Dame will fix him.
Better than that, he's already been getting his own mind right, is what I'm trying to tell you. It looked like this summer he's more right than he's been.
But do you think it's like where he has to have the ball all the time, has to have a certain number of touches in order to be right mentally?
Dude, you guys will give him twice the touches just by breathing oxygen and being on the court with him. Like the Monty hated his guts. Monty was like, dude, look, we'll give you like 3 or 4 different opportunities in the first half. Second half, don't you ask for the ball. Don't look at the ball. Don't ask how much air's in the ball. You don't need to know. All you need to do is go play like Bismack. Who, you know, like.
Wasn't that more than just Monty, though? Weren't some of the players frustrated with him as well?
Was definitely frustrated with him. Booker at times would get frustrated with him. He's just a little soft around the edges. He's not Shaq. He's like the inverse of Shaq. Like, he's more like a LaMarcus Aldridge.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to be like a little. Well, I just mean like his offensive game, mid-ranges. He wants middies. He will not look at the. If he starts shooting the 3 for you guys, I'll rip. Well, I don't have any hair, but I'll rip my beard hair out if he starts shooting 3s because he never looks to shoot from 3. He just wants the midi. You know, he doesn't roll very hard to the rim most times, and his hands are half the size of Donald Trump's, and they're constantly slippery. It's like the opposite of Stickum. So, like, he's not great in the pick and roll. He's not great at catching alley-oops, you know? But he can, when he's locked in, he can really hit the mid-range at like a high rate. Not as high as LaMarcus Aldridge. He was in God mode from the mid-range. But like take it back a couple of notches and DA's right there. And he runs like a stallion. He's got good hops-ish.
Yeah, I think they're going to play at a fast pace this year with Scoot, especially being a guy that loves to play in transition. Running the court, having a big that can run the court like that will be intriguing for him. My worry is if he's not getting the ball enough, he's going to pout. Like, I just want guys that are kind of just bought into the team's success, where it's not like, I need the ball this amount of times or I'm going to have a problem. And that's kind of been the feeling I've gotten from Ayton. Like, do you think those worries are justified, or you think I'm worrying too much?
No. See, that only happened after like year 5 of never getting the ball. Then he finally cracked. It finally wore him down after like 4 or 5 years. Actually, just however long we had CP3, because he was getting the ball plenty with Ricky Rubes. He was getting it. But then CP3 came in and it was like, hey, let's have a competition book. Who can take the most mid-range shots in a game without giving it to DA? And DA was like, okay, year 1, I'm cool with it. I'm cool. We got CP3. We're going to the finals. Awesome. Second year. Okay, well, it's still CP3. It's still Booker. I guess I should, but I would like to get the ball. No, still can't touch the ball? Okay, that's cool. I'll wait till next year. Next year. Kept going. And it was like, all right, dude, look. CP3, his legs are toast. He can't hit a shot. Can I just have the ball? I think I was the first. It's been a long time. I think I was the first overall pick. I think I averaged like 18 and 13 with Rubio. I think I could do that. Do you guys mind passing me the ball? No. It's my fault we're losing by 80 to the Mavs? Okay, so it's my fault. Okay, I'm going to go sit on the bench and start pouting now. It wasn't like every game for years he wanted the ball and was just pouting. He was like a soldier. His answers were always perfect. Like, hey man, I don't care. I'm a dog. I just want to do what it takes to win. Like, that's his real nature. He just wants to do what it takes to win. But they just disrespected him over and over and over and over. And finally, because he is a human being, he cracked. Now, I would think if the immaturity rumors about him are as true as people make him seem, he should have cracked a lot sooner, man. But he's not selfish. Yeah. He was abused on the offensive line or offensive side.
Yeah, I don't want his mindset to be like, oh yeah, I got out of Phoenix where I couldn't get the ball, and now I get to go to Portland and I get to be the guy and I get to get the ball all the time. Like, I just don't want him to have the mindset of like, I'm the number one on this team. And then if it's not, because the priority truly should be to develop Scoot, develop Sharp, develop Ant. Anthony Simons is really freaking good. Scoot Henderson, is going to get looks. Sharp's going to get his shots. Like, it's not like he's coming into a place without guys that are going to take shots or demand the ball. So that's that's just the one thing I'm interested to see this year is, if it's a similar situation to where he's only shooting like 15, 16 shots a game, is he fine with that? Or especially
was he shooting 15, 16 shots a game in Phoenix?
Wasn't it like 13? Like, I expect his shots to go up a little bit, but if it's something similar to Phoenix is basically my point, is that going to be a problem? Because he still got 18 a game. Like, how much is Portland going to force feed him? And are they going to force feed him at the expense of maybe focusing on developing some other guys? It's just Jeremy Grant's going to take up his shots too.
Gotta remember,
I didn't even mention him.
He's still 24, 25. He's still young enough that you guys should focus on developing him because he can still develop further. We didn't spend any time developing him. We didn't even try to develop him.
What do you think he needs to work on the most?
Toughness, man. Like, just toughness. Like mindset. Toughness and hands. Like, I wish he would – I would want him to – what's the closest football team you guys got up there?
We're both Niners fans, but we got
I would
the
want
Seahawks close to us.
Seahawks. I would want him to go to the Seahawks practice or Niners practice and let them practice him catching basketballs out of the jugs machine. Like that's the because Scoot's such a great passer. And I see somebody in the chat saying Biggs don't peak till close to 28. You got to hope for that as well. But like you said, through all of this, him being a bust-ish talk, what did he average last season? Without any attention, no attention, and he's able to get like what, 18 and 10, 18 and 11. Like,
yeah,
if
his numbers were good, it's just for me, it's not max.
Okay, so not only did he never get involved in the offense, guys, he was also on an offense with Booker and Paul and Durant, and he still pulled good numbers. Good numbers. I love 18 and 11. I love 17 and 10 from a center.
What were you gonna say, Eric?
Sorry, we might have to interject real quick. Sorry to cut you off, Gabe. Dame released a song, and I guess about 2 minutes in, he starts going in on Cronin.
Yeah.
And also confirms his divorce rumors in it as well.
Okay. I mean, that part we pretty much knew. What does he say about Cronin, though?
I don't know. Do you want to just listen to it? I sent you the link on Discord.
If it's on Apple Music, though, am I going to get copyright?
I don't know. It says...
Are we going to have to ask Brookfield to...
It says clean version, so I don't know about that part of it. But yeah, I don't know about copyright or whatever.
I mean, the problem is you're not going to be able to... I don't... It's on YouTube?
I could play and listen at the same time. Yeah, it's on YouTube. I sent you the link on YouTube.
Okay.
I could just read the lyrics, too, if you want me to.
Rap it.
I'll rap it.
Gabe can do your ad libs.
No, I really want to hear this. Please go for it, Eric.
Say the lyrics. Yeah, I mean, you guys know I'm very careful with copyright and stuff. So
yeah.
You guys can listen to it in your own time, Eric. Just I want to know the Cronin lyrics. I want to know.
Yeah.
I want to know what he said about our guy Joe.
I don't know. I haven't gotten that far yet. It was hard to listen to Gabe and try to figure it out. But no, I'm not hard to listen to Gabe. That's not what I meant. Yeah.
Hard to focus.
Yeah.
You could just do Control F. Do you have the lyrics? Do you want to send them to me? I should just go on Twitter. I mean, X.
I can never replace. They'll know sooner than later. An arrow pointed at who they assumed was greater. Amazing what I get in return for this labor. I continue leaving trails, but more beef with the Blazers. To the fans, man, I love you. It's unconditional. Reasons for leaving the city is nothing typical. So it's imperative not to believe the narrative. Just know that what I left was better than what I inherited. I leave it at peace because I know in the end, this is a business. Hope you remember all the things you've got to sit and witness. In the future, man, I hope we can greet with hugs and kisses. But you should know they the ones who chose another mission. They fishing.
Yeah, I mean...
Deep words from a deep man.
Yeah. It's obvious. It's obvious that there is beef between him and Joe Cronin.
I don't know if there's more or not. Like I said, I haven't heard the actual song. Thank you to Pat Mack for sending me that part of it.
Yeah. I mean, we've reported on why there's beef between Joe Cronin and Dame. And there's a reason why we believe the intel we've gotten on that. Like, not all our intel is right. And a lot of stuff regarding the situation has been wrong. But we have a very good reason to believe a lot of the stuff we've said that's been critical of the front office and how they've handled the situation is legitimate. At this point, you either believe us or you don't. So.
Well, that's your right. If you don't want to believe us, it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Let me think. Donos. We got a Sundo Dono, Gabe.
Uh-oh.
$5 dono from your guy Sundo, the other half of Suns Valley podcast, says, hopefully Ayton shows out on a team where he's expected to be the guy. Hope you unlock him. Thank you, Sundo, for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, I mean, that's what I have to hope for. You know, hopefully we do.
Congrats.
Definitely open to giving him a chance.
Sundo's so good, we read it twice.
Oh, you already read it?
Yeah.
I was not focusing. Well...
But no,
that was a
good.
while ago.
Sundo.
Okay, well, yeah, Sundo deserves it to read it twice.
Of course.
From me and from you. And then, did you read Connor's?
No.
$5 donation from Connor Etzler says, could Holiday to the Bulls make any sense? Possibly get that pick back. I mean, it doesn't make sense for the Bulls, but that's why it might make sense in terms of a possibility. Also, Eric's dog is popping off with the toy.
Popping off.
Yeah, so the Bulls... I mean, the Bulls are just directionless, so maybe they would do that to replace Lonzo with a defensive guard. I don't know. Peter, just don't speak on things you don't know, bro.
Suns got fleeced, Tori.
Yeah, I just... How would you feel if you got Caleb Martin back in this deal? Would you feel better?
I would feel a lot better. You know?
Do you think Suns fans are going to give Nurkic a fair chance?
Hell no. No.
Is it going to be Eubanks is better from day one?
Dude, this is like, I was telling Tori the other day on the phone, I'm like, we officially live in a simulation that we could all be such close friends and end up trading our teams like this and like swapping big men and like how? Like, it's been years now. We've been having this Nurkic Ayton sort of who's better, who would be better, who's worth more. And then watching you guys go through all the Eubanks and Nurkic saga. And now we get to deal with all of that. Like, it's going to be shades of the exact same thing, man. Like, I think Nurkic is clearly better than Eubanks. My issue is I don't have much faith in Nurkic staying healthy for a whole year. And I would like that.
That was always the issue with us is if you have Nurkic on your roster, I think it's a positive. But you also need a competent center for when he misses games, or that can take some of the pressure off of him having to be there available all the time and playing 30 minutes. So I think...
How does Bull grab you?
No. I mean...
Just kidding.
But, so yeah, I think Nurk would be perfect if he was playing like 25 minutes a game and you had like a legit center backing him up. So yeah, I don't know if you can get that at some point this season or not, but yeah.
You don't like Bull, Eric?
I don't like him as a center, like a defensive center. Like they don't need his scoring, so I don't.
I was gonna say this: I think he and Metu complement each other well, because Metu is kind of like a tweener 4-5, but is athletic and blocks some shots, but on offense is more of an interior guy. I know he shoots some threes, but doesn't shoot a good percentage. So like Bul's the 4 on offense, 5 on defense, and Metu vice versa. Can kind of play in that dump off spot, pick and roll big for Metu, or Bol can space the floor, and then defensively I think they kind of complement each other a little bit. So I don't know if Metu's going to play the backup 4, but I think that's an interesting combo. It's just going to be fascinating to see how much Nurkic plays, and then who's that backup center.
Dude, what are the odds like that this would happen? Like,
you
if
never rule anything out with our team.
No, I was saying Jrue and Nurkic both in Phoenix. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I wonder who's more mad about that.
And
Jrue...
Ayton going to Portland. Like, what are the odds that all that would play out like that? It's crazy.
Dude, I remember the first time I ever listened to one of your streams, you were hating on DA.
Dude, I mean,
our first stream ever, we drafted Nas. You know, yeah. Go ahead.
The first video I think I ever really put out, because we were trying to just live stream only at first, it was just like a clip of a live stream where it was just called like, will DeAndre Ayton ever dunk again? Because he went through this like 2-month period where he refused to dunk the basketball. He would even go up like a power dunk and then just finger roll it in. It was like, is he trying to prove a point? But I think he's going to come out for you guys hair on fire trying to prove a point. Like, he is the type of player I think that needs a little bit of extra motivation. And now he's got that bucket full, dude. Full. Yeah. He came to Arizona from the Bahamas, played, I think, like junior high there, played high school there, played college there, got picked number 1 overall. He has an ego. It's not a crazy, bad, negative ego, but he's got enough ego that he's going to be like, okay, I need to actually lock in. Let me just set the PS5 controller down for a second real quick, and let me start honing my craft. Like, it will not shock me if he makes an all-star appearance, at least one, on the Blazers. And I don't think you guys have to make him your focal point. I think he's just going to fit really nicely with everything you guys have. And he's going to want to prove himself. And, like, when he's in that mindset, he's really good. How long he could keep that up, I don't know. But, like, you know, ask yourself, how come this guy who's been on Ayton's case for so long is still willing to give him a chance, was still willing to give him a chance on the Suns this season, and is still wanting the best for him? It's because he's a really good guy. He's fun. He's super talented. He can do really cool things for a big man. He just was in a position where the coach hated his guts. I'm sure there's people in this chat who played at least for high school teams where your coach played you either out of position or hampered you, right? Or maybe you're delusional like me and you just think your coach has hampered you. But it happens. Coaches hamper people. Coaches and players can be bad fits. We see that with quarterbacks. Jared Goff had Jeff Fisher, Mr. I ain't going 6-8 this year. I ain't doing it. Goes 6-8, gets fired. Yes. You know, whatever it was. And then
your Bears with their coach right now with Justin Fields.
You know?
Oh my goodness.
You could argue, or you could say Justin Fields is a bum. I'm willing to listen to either side of that argument. But it happens, man. Coaches, there is no worse fit than Monty and Ayton. They were fire and ice, bro. They could not coexist.
I wonder how Chauncey's going to be for him then. And also, I do think like having a guy like Scoot is going to be a guy that Ayton loves playing with and is going to be like the type of teammate that maybe Ayton needs, because Scoot is just very energetic, like positive, seems like really good teammate. And then Scoot will feed him. Scoot will get Ayton the ball.
Yeah.
So I do think that's a good fit in that regard. I just wonder how a coaching dynamic between Chauncey Billups and DeAndre Ayton compares to the whole Monty thing.
As long as Chauncey doesn't hate his guts, you're good, you know, and I don't think he will. But you guys know better than me, but from what I've seen of Skip Bayless, what I've seen of Scoot is that he makes a lot of skip passes, let's be honest. What I've seen from Scoot is he reminds me of like he's got the traits of like Tyrese Halliburton and Steve Nash as a facilitator. Some of those traits. Just fantastic at getting people involved.
It's just because he's so much more athletic than both those guys. You know?
Right. And he's way more athletic. And once you like put that next to Chris Paul, you're like, oh, well, but this was Chris Paul. But it's like, not so fast. Chris Paul hated his guts too. Chris Paul and Monty were like thick as thieves when it came to hating on DeAndre Ayton. Now, maybe DA deserved the hate from those guys. But I feel like I'm the kind of guy that's like, you catch more flies with honey. Why not try to build DA up? And maybe he is a little softer, right? Maybe he is a little bit immature. Well, bring him along. It's like put your arm around him and try to help him along rather than being like, oh, you're not what you're supposed to be. Sit on the bench. Like, it would be great if that worked, but it doesn't always work that way, man.
Yeah. I don't know. This is going to be fascinating to watch play out because Ayton's just one of those guys where it's like, I've heard you talk about him deserving more touches in the past, but he just has always felt to me like a guy who most of his stuff should just come in the flow of the offense, like pick and rolls, dump off passes, lob targets, you could pick and pop in the mid-range as well. I just felt like most of his offense probably should be coming off of other guys where I don't know. Is he skilled enough with the ball in his hands in the post to be able to consistently be a guy you throw the ball down to,
No.
Also, he's not a three-point shooter, so it's just like, where does that self-creation come in if you're giving him all these touches? Like, where should they really be then, and how do you manufacture him looks is kind of what my question always was, and that's why it's going to be fascinating to see him in Portland.
His bread and butter offensively can be throwing it to him in the mid-range. He faces up, gives a jab step, pulls the jumper. He can hit that at like 60%, sometimes 70% efficiency. He's really good at mid-range jumpers. And in the Bahamas, he looked the best he's ever looked at that. You can throw him alley-oops, but they need to be relatively wide alley-oops. He's not going to catch it and necessarily posterize people. Although he did posterize Ayton with one. Giannis.
Yeah.
He got Giannis with one. It's like it can happen, but boy, does it have to be perfectly placed for him to get two of those small hands on the ball. Sam Larson saying that Ayton should seek out help from Hakeem. Absolutely. I've always felt like the guy, was it Mark Bryant that's been working with him, been his big man coach? Terrible, bro. Hasn't been teaching him anything. Didn't teach him a thing. He doesn't have the best post-up moves. If you throw it to him on the block, he's not really going to back his guy down and do much. Although you have seen him do it, it's just like it's not his thing. And like you said, he doesn't shoot the three. But running the floor with Scoot, dude, that could be 10 points a game just running the floor with Scoot. Yeah, he runs the floor.
I think he's great for being a guy that you can feed. Like, he'll run the floor, run down the center of the court in transition. You're pushing the ball up on the side, and you can dump it off to him with a head of steam. Like, he'll finish, right? And then that little floater, if you drive baseline and the defense collapses to the hoop, then you can dump it off, and he can shoot that little floater from, like, 10 feet. Lobs, pick and roll stuff, all that stuff. Like, he's really, really good as a big that you can feed. That's the thing when I've always kind of wondered is, like, when you're talking about a big and getting them touches, he just seems like a big who his touches should just come within the flow of the offense, and maybe the flow of the offense doesn't flow his way every game, so some games he's not getting the ball a bunch, but he just always seemed like he needed to show more to me to be a guy where, like, you just throw it down to on the block, or you give it to him at the elbow and he's going to face up, right? Like, I feel like you can get him mid-range shots just within the flow of the offense. If you're going to give him the ball at the elbow, you don't just want him shooting mid-range shots. You want him using that mid-range shot to get people to bite so that he can attack the rim and get downhill, right? And then with him, if he could shoot a three, I think that would open up a lot of things for him. He just hasn't been able to develop that. So, that's just kind of what I'm looking for. If he's going to be a star-level big, a guy that you can just give the ball to, give him touches, I feel like he maybe needs to stretch his game out a little bit more, or at the very least be a guy that can, like, face up and rip through and get to the rim, much like Amari Stoudemire was with your son. So
see, but he doesn't have that, like, he's not interested in going hard to the rim.
That's my problem.
He calls himself he doesn't say finesse. He says he's a rhythm player. He goes with the if he's feeling the rhythm, feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme, that sort of thing. Then he wants, his mid-range. He considers that a rhythm shot. If I'm in rhythm, I'll pull the midi. That's it, But he's really good at mid-ranges, dude. Like, just a step or two below where LaMarcus Aldridge was. And so you're kind of getting that sort of thing back.
I always kind of had a problem with Aldridge shooting as many mid-range as he did, but yeah, I don't know. I only like the mid-range as something that opens up things, not something that's consistently relied upon. I might end up criticizing Scoot a little bit this year because of it, because he has shown that he'll settle a little bit. So, that's just my personal preference. I'm kind of curious though, like Eric, what do you think of my opinion on Ayton's offense? Like, do you disagree with anything? Is that kind of how you feel in terms of a guy that you give touches to, self-creation, all that? Like, I'm curious as to what your thoughts are.
I don't necessarily like giving that to players who aren't playmakers. And maybe Gabe can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't feel like Ayton's got like great vision. And so if you are a dominant scorer, you're gonna, especially as a big man, you're gonna eventually face double teams, or you need to be good in the short roll out of the pick and roll. And so I think he'll be different than Nurkic, because Nurkic just wasn't a lob target at all. So that part of his game will be much nicer to see for Blazers fans, someone who gets around the rim and can dunk and stuff like that. But I feel like if you're going to be an elite center, you need to know how to pass out of when you don't have a shot or when the defense is focused on you. And I don't have a lot of confidence in Ayton being able to do that. And hopefully I'm proven wrong with that one, and he improves that part of his game. But I don't feel comfortable with him like throwing it to him in the high post and having him create offense either, outside of him just shooting the ball. And like you mentioned, Tori, that's not the greatest shot in basketball right now.
You're right on that, Eric. He has half of that talent there. He doesn't have the passing talent that Nurkic does, but the ball will not stick to his hand. If he thinks for a second that he's about to get doubled, he's getting rid of it. Like he hot potatoes that thing. So like, at least it's not going to be like, oh no, I should have gotten rid of it, but now I'm being swarmed and a jump ball being created. It's not going to be that. It's just not going to be as timely or as good. Like, Nurkic could hold it for a second longer, wait for something to develop, and hit somebody backdoor with a bounce pass, or hit somebody that's getting open. Ayton's not going to wait for that. If he feels like, say he's hit like 4 or 5 middies in a row, and now they're getting it to him, he's just going to be like, no, you take it, sort of thing.
Yeah, which I'm cool with that, because if you got offensive firepower around him and the defense is shifted, getting rid of the ball quick is good. Curious to see his short roll playmaking, because I could see, Anthony Simons getting trapped a lot next year in pick and rolls with him. I could see Scoot getting trapped a bit. So being able to just make those plays out of the short roll is something that I don't know. I just feel like I didn't see him do much of it when I watched Phoenix Suns games. So, I feel like I have a decent feel for him, because the Suns are probably the team I watch the second most, just because I like watching your streams, Gabe, when you stream games and putting on the game, that sort of thing. And then I've streamed with you for some of your watch parties. But it's it's different when a player is in your uniform. It's your guy. Right. So, it's just much easier to hyper focus on him. So yeah, I'm looking forward to kind of seeing how Nurkic does in Phoenix, how DA does in Portland. It's just some fun storylines, and
so
as like a content creator, storylines are good for content. And it was funny because I meant to tell chat this earlier. Like, you've been telling me about how much of a view merchant DeAndre Ayton is, and it's like now that's my view merchant. Mm-hmm. So
because you get people that like him and you get people that hate him. You get both of that. I would say I know a lot of people in the chat are probably going to be spending some time watching DA highlights soon. Take great notice. In the first half, he looks like Hercules because Monty would involve him in the first half. Second half of games is when you see the lowlights. First half of the game, you can argue he's a top 5 center. And there's not a lot of really great centers in the league to begin with, right? Mm-hmm. Once you get past Joker and Embiid and Bam, there's not like a lot of top centers out there that just wow you. He wows you in the first half. Now, this was under Monty. This is what I was excited to see, a coach who would keep him involved the rest of the game. He's incredible when involved. And you guys have no reason not to keep him involved. You guys just brought him back in a Dame return. Why wouldn't you keep him involved all game?
Yeah, I mean, I am down to try and involve him more than you guys did. As long
I'm not saying focus him as the whole offense.
No, for sure.
Just get him involved a little bit more in the second half.
Yeah, no, I am down for that. As long as his attitude isn't contingent upon that. You know what I mean? Like, I want a dude that just consistently brings the intensity, no matter if the ball's swinging their way or not. Like, I want a dude that has a bit of a chip on their shoulder and is just competitive, is just doing what it takes to win games. Like, that's the type of attitude I want. So that's my thing with him is I'm going to be frustrated if I see him pouting because he hasn't touched the ball. Like, that's the type of stuff that I just can't stand. And, as long as he's just committed to being a guy that just brings it consistently, is going to bring effort, and it doesn't matter if the ball swings his way, then, I am absolutely down to try and feature him a little bit more, involve him a little bit more, and see if he can take that step, So I think it's kind of like it's kind of like a partnership. It's kind of like a mutual agreement where both sides have to maybe fulfill that. As far as Kamara goes, because we get back Kamara as well. Like, so you watched him in Summer League. Mm-hmm. Just what were your thoughts on him in Summer League?
Before you ask this question, can I just give a few more Dame lyrics?
Sure. Yes. We got more Dame lyrics? Okay, yes. We got more. Let's hear them.
All right. This is spicy. Not as devout as I should be, fall victim to the flesh like I'm a kid or a rookie. Do I get in line with him or do I get in some P-word? I said vows just to watch it end abruptly.
Bro, he's been dealing with turmoil in all facets of life.
Yeah. Some people are saying that's an admission he cheated on his wife, and that's why.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
That lines up with everything.
Here's the thing. If it was an open relationship, then he didn't cheat. If it wasn't and he did it, then he did cheat. Like, that's just the way it goes. Like, open relationships are becoming more and more commonplace. I don't know. Like, I'm speculating on a dude's personal life because he's talking about it in lyrics. It's just, I don't know. But that was the thing, is that that was his personal turmoil, basically, was his marriage ended. And all we can do is just kind of like speculate as to why. But that's the thing, when interpreting lyrics too, like, who knows? Because they're lyrics.
And then real quick, Nurk tweeted twice. One says, "Rip City, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for everything. My family and I want to say thank you to the entire Blazers organization and fans. Much love, Nurk." And then he tweeted out a picture of the 4 guy. The Suns fan holding up the 4.
I already hate Nurk.
We need to educate him on that guy as being a jinx.
But he says, super excited for my next chapter at Suns, with a picture of.
I'm sad to see Nurk go too, honestly, but yeah.
You kind of knew it was going to happen with Dame. Can I ask you guys a quick question? Maybe you guys could calm me and Suns fans down a little bit.
Yeah, do you have any more lyrics, Eric, before you ask that? Is there anything else?
That's all I got so far.
Okay, go ahead, Gabe.
How quickly, and be honest, how quickly can we slam the door on Keon Johnson?
He might not even make the roster or slam the door.
Good.
I'll say this: you could probably convince yourself to like him, Gabe.
That's true. That's true.
But
yeah,
I do think that you. I mean, I don't know what your roster spot situation is after this trade, but I mean, he's like an energy guy off the bench, I guess, but he shouldn't be playing on a contending team. No. But yeah, he has first round value.
He's got major Keljin Blevins vibes.
Oh, he's not that bad.
He's not that bad, but
yeah, he's super athletic. Like he can get up, but yeah, he started at like not this year, but he got hurt in summer league this year. But the year before, they were really high on him coming out of summer league. They thought he was the most improved player in camp and stuff like that. And then yeah, it just didn't translate to the actual court.
I'm also not super stoked about Lil Nas X. I wasn't wanting him at all. Well, dude, I mean, think about it. His number 10 is the Roman numeral for X. It's perfect. It's perfect.
Nasir Little, yeah, Lil Nas
and
X,
Little.
Yeah.
Little. You just abbreviate Little into Lil. Yeah. Come on, man.
That's one of your better ones, yeah.
Or he's Nas Little X.
Yeah. But how about Lil Nas X Jr.?
Yeah. Something like that. You're not thrilled about him, though?
No!
He might start for you guys if you guys like him that much.
No.
Little Nas PDX.
We can start...
I do think in the right situation, I don't think...
Coming off the bench, I'm not mad.
Yeah, because he was so... Like, the Blazers needed him to be a good defender, and he just wasn't there yet. So, like, maybe in a better team concept, he'll have room to, like, know his role and stuff like that. But, like, we needed him to be, like, a point of attack stopper, and it just, never really materialized. But I will say he has had some really nice flashes of being a role player and a consistent rotation player, but he gets hurt every time he shows those flashes or doesn't have a runway. Like in his first couple of years, he didn't get many opportunities even when he was playing well. So there is still some promise that if he stays healthy and stuff that he could figure it out on the floor. Like I think it's a good risk to take. I don't think he's like a worthless player or a negative player or anything.
No, he's not Keon. He's not Keon.
Yeah. But yeah, I do definitely. I could see him if you convince him just to play a role, and he's not really counted on to do much more than that. I think he'd be okay.
Yeah, he shot 36.7% from three last year, career like 33%. So it was he had a hitch in his jumper when he came in his rookie year, and he kind of fixed it. But like, you'll be able to tell just based on his form if he's gonna be shooting well or not.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of weird. Like he'll do this thing where he like sways and like kind of juts his legs out when he jumps when he's shooting, and his like balance doesn't seem all there, and he'll miss a bunch of shots. And then when he like stops doing that, all of a sudden he'll just start hitting.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. It's hard to change your shot when you're that old, but like he reverts back sometimes, and it's not pretty. But when he's compact and goes up square, it's actually pretty money.
How tall is he?
6'5", but he has a 7'1"
6'5".
wingspan. Yeah, he's a 7'1" wingspan though. Like he can play the three.
I thought he was like minimum 6'8".
Well, yeah, that's because his arms are so freaking long. I will search what he was in the combine.
I mean, okay, look. I'll take him over Ish Wainwright 7
easily.
Yeah.
Easily. I feel like he might be a little bit better than you're expecting.
He's like 6'5.5".
Yeah, he's a decent athlete. He had core surgery. It seemed like his athleticism got shot a little bit, and I don't know if he'll ever really get that back. When he like was a rookie, he was freakishly athletic. It's like little bits and pieces of stuff that could be a really good role player. It's just never been at the same time or consistent or healthy. Go ahead, Eric.
One thing, unlike Ayton, there is absolutely no question about his work ethic. I've heard he's like a really hard worker, and the coaching staff loved him. The organization really thought highly of him going into last season. Dame actually was quoted as saying that he thought Nas was going to have a breakout season last year and had been putting in work on defensive film watching and stuff like that. But yeah, that didn't actually materialize that much.
What do you guys think of, and this just popped into my head, so it could be totally wrong. Do you think that bringing in Jeremy Grant stunted his development last year?
I think it was the injuries. He had that core surgery like Dame did and Gary Payton did. So it just seemed like he wasn't recovered from that fully. And then he then ends up getting hurt again and sitting out a bunch of games. And by that time, I don't know, he just wasn't the same. So I think it was more the injuries than Jeremy, because he could have still won the starting small forward spot and played major minutes, especially once they traded Josh Hart.
Yeah.
But yeah, they were expecting him to easily win the starting small forward job in camp, and he just wasn't the same player after that surgery. But a year out from it, I think he'll be fine.
He's just not somebody you want creating shots, really. Like, you want him playing in the flow and taking what shots come to him, and he has the right mindset for that.
What position would you play him most at?
Small forward.
3?
Small forward.
Yeah.
Small forward. So that's why I think he might end up starting with you, because you got Book and Beal as a backcourt, and then you got KD and Nurkic now. You know, who's that starting 3? Is it Eric Gordon, or do you want us shooting off the bench? Does Eric Gordon make sense starting there?
It's gotta be Jrue Eubanks, baby.
You're gonna start Eubanks and Nurk?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Do we want to win a title, or do we want to win a title?
All right, here we go with the troll mode. So who? Serious question, because I know you wouldn't actually start Jrue Eubanks. I know you've been on the Jrue Eubanks train for far too long. But that's so funny that you got him too.
I liked him.
Got your Liberty
I liked him from his Spurs days. You know, I liked him before you guys even got him.
He can be fun.
Gary really likes him too.
He can be fun as a third stringer.
You guys did well, Eric, you weren't there, but Tori sat me down for a sobering conversation about Jrue Eubanks, where it was basically an intervention, and he showed me the lowlights. So I'm aware now.
You remember that whole Twitter thread I had from that one game, Eric?
I'm not pie in the sky about him anymore. But I think our best bet to start is going to be putting Kevin Durant back at the 3, getting him off the 4, and starting Senor Keita Bates Diop. Don't you think that's a better?
I think he fits there, but I'd rather have KD defending around the rim than on the perimeter.
It's true.
So that's why I'd rather have like a Josh Okogie or even Nas in the starting lineup, and then bring Bates Diop off the bench, because Bates Diop isn't really like a perimeter on ball stopper to me. So like you're kind of putting KD in that role, where KD is better defensively around the rim, especially at this age.
But we've also got Yuta Watanabe.
Yeah, I like Utah. That was a kind of one of our under the radar picks, but I don't know. It's gonna be fascinating.
There's no way we start Nas. There's just no way. No way.
Are you sure? Because it seems like you really valued him in this trade.
You know what's really weird? The Suns finals team now only has Booker left, right? There's no one else.
Yeah.
And the Blazers, since Joe Cronin took over in December of 2021, Anthony Simons is the only player left. So the same year, both of our teams have one player left from both those seasons.
You guys are certain you don't want to send us Sharp. We can hit the nullify button.
You're sending us Booker?
Can't do it.
Yeah, didn't think so. So, no.
We'll give you little Nas back. You guys seem to love him.
I think, Gabe, I'm going to sit down with you after the stream, and we're going to watch Nasir Little highlights, and I'm going to listen to, like, how much you love him within 5 minutes.
That's probably true. I love this guy! I got to get a video out.
Rob says the Nasir Little
will change the league.
Rob says the Nasir Little disrespect from Gabe is insane and embarrassing. Oh, man. He's calling you out, Gabe.
Is it? Blame these two bozos, because they're the ones that have been infecting me with Lil Nas X hate.
We don't
learned
hate
it from
Nas.
you.
We don't
hate
hate
Nas. What did
I just said he's
about
inconsistent and injury prone.
Tori hates Nas. No,
I don't hate Nas.
joking.
The only time, okay, well, we're going back to like last off season when like
Tori hates
people in
everyone
chat and
hated him.
Eric were just like, Nas is ready for such a breakout. I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna get that optimistic until I see it, because he's always been inconsistent. And chat's like, you're just a Nas hater, Tori. Screw you. You hate Nas. I'm just like, what do you mean? I'm just saying I'll wait and see. Like, he has to prove it to me, right? He's been inconsistent. And then what happens? He's inconsistent and then gets hurt again. It's like the same old story. So he's kind of a guy that, like...
Doesn't change that you're a hater.
I watched you guys be very excited about him and then have that not pan out. So that's where my negativity on him comes.
He's like, just one of those guys where it's like, it's frustrating because if he just puts all the pieces together, he's really good, but like he's just never put it all together at the same time.
It sounds like you're describing DeAndre Ayton.
A little bit, but like
without the attitude issues though.
Yeah, without the attitude issues. Like, he'll play hard, he'll play his ass off. Like, I think he could end up being solid in Phoenix. I mean, on the ball, he's had moments where he's locked down some star players. The problem is last year he didn't seem physically right. Offensively, he shot almost 37% from 3 last year. He's athletic, can cut well. Like, off-ball defense is a mess. That's the big problem with his defense. Off-ball defense, he's just really, really struggled. Like, he just falls asleep all the time.
Vogel might be really good for him. He hasn't had a defensive coach like that, though.
Like, that's the type of guy you take a chance on. I didn't like it for you guys as the second piece back in an Ayton swap for Nurkic. Like, if you got Caleb Martin and Nas, then I would really like that trade for you, because then Nas is the third piece back where you got Caleb Martin, but then you don't have to worry about Nas breaking out or being consistent as much. But with the second piece back in the trade, you do have to worry about that. So that's why I don't like this trade for you, but it's not really a knock against Nas. It's more so just a knock against the trade itself.
Do you guys think that Grayson, Conor McGregor, Allen is the second piece of deal?
Don't you hate Grayson Allen? I thought you hated Grayson Allen.
I don't hate him. It's just I don't hate him. Like, on court, he's been impressing me, especially last couple of seasons. I've been watching him shoot like crazy, and it's been like, whoa, Grayson can shoot now. Not just catch and shoot. He can kind of create his own shot. But of course, everyone hates him from his college days, kicking dudes and taking shots. Nobody likes
Still
players
kind of doing some of that in the NBA. I mean, he can shoot. He's career almost 40%. Out everything else outside of that is just kind of ants of me.
My thing is, you guys picked up a bunch of wing type players this offseason. So in my opinion, I mean, you got a center replacement back, so that was fine. But I still think you're going to, at some point this season, need a true point guard just to handle a little bit of the offensive, like setting up the offense and stuff. So like that's why I heard if it was Hero going to another team, that TJ McConnell was a guy you guys were really interested in, a player like that. So like I thought he would have been perfect, but maybe you can trade like Grayson Allen for TJ McConnell. They make about the same money, so like maybe they have something else lined up to where they can get that anyway. So it might not matter. You might get it.
Yeah, I also think you need like a tall, lengthy defender type that can play some 4.
Like a Jared Vanderbilt.
Yeah, or just like Tamani Kamara if he ever develops is like that type of guy.
That's what Bates Diop is supposed to be.
Is Bates Diop?
He's a little slow-footed though.
Yeah, like a guy that can switch onto guards. That can guard up and down the lineup, like you know how like Al-Farouq Aminu and Maurice Harkless were for us back in the day, like that type of defender. Can
we have Tamani back? Is that
so? Tell us about Tamani in summer league. Like
real quick though,
okay.
It's weird that the Blazers saved roster spots in this trade. Like I wasn't expecting that at all. Like we traded 4 players out and only brought 2 in.
Yeah, Jrue is the third.
Third.
So we're
3.
Gonna get players back for Jrue. So
right.
But
yeah, tell us about Tamani Kamara in summer league because you asked when he was drafted what we thought of him, and
you very complimentary.
Yeah. So did you see those same things? What did you?
I saw exactly what you said. He's got great touch around the rim. He's explosive. He can dunk so easily, putbacks, rebounds hard. Like it really was for what the Suns were able to draft with the 52 pick. It was the perfect pick for them.
Yeah.
And the only negatives, because his jumper looks really pure. I think he can develop into close to 40% from 3 someday. Can develop, not will develop. Can. He just can't dribble the ball worth 2 pennies, bro. I mean, you do not, and he won't. He's smart enough.
Amino's right.
He's smart enough not to. Was that Amino's issue?
Yeah, Amino couldn't dribble.
Yeah, Aminu and Harkless. I mean, but that's the thing. I've been wanting a type of guy like that. So I mean, he sounds kind of up that alley. Like,
yeah, you guys are gonna love him. You guys just. I mean, you got. I feel like you guys got the best of this deal. I mean, do you think that Milwaukee got the best? I mean, Milwaukee had to give up Jrue Holiday.
I mean, Milwaukee definitely got the best of the deal. They went from Jrue Holiday to Damian Lillard, and all they gave up was Grayson Allen and 1 first-round pick and a couple swaps. Like,
true.
How do you even do that? You know, I think I view the Phoenix and Portland part of the trade separately than I view the Portland and Milwaukee part of the trade. And the Portland and Milwaukee part of the trade, for that to be acceptable on Portland's end, they have to get back at least 2 first-round picks for Jrue Holiday. If they get back 1 first-round pick and a second, then basically all they did was they traded Dame for Jrue Holiday and 2 firsts.
Ayton.
Or not Jrue Holiday. They traded... Well, the Ayton part is separate to me because
Right.
they traded Nas and Keon for Ayton. So basically it's like...
Dame for salary filler.
Yeah, if it's for Dame and salary filler and 2 first-round picks, that's pretty freaking bad.
Yeah.
They're desperate to keep Giannis because he's been literally telling everybody to leave.
But that's the thing. It's like, so we get 1 first with Holiday and a couple of swaps, and then if we flip Holiday for a first and a second in like an expiring contract that we don't want, it's Dame for 2 firsts, a couple swaps, and basically that's it. And people were telling us 2 firsts and 2 swaps and whatever we get back for Tyler Hero was an awful offer from Miami, but that's even better than what they truly got for Dame if they flipped Jrue Holiday for only 1 first.
Yeah.
Have you guys been getting much backlash yet?
We haven't been like, because I don't know what they're going to trade Jrue Holiday for, but we haven't been too critical of the trade on the stream. I'm waiting until we get back what we get for Jrue Holiday, because I am truly trying not to criticize Joe Cronin regarding this trade. I truly am not, because I don't feel like it's done yet. And the Ayton part, I think, is a win. But I think that part is separate. Now, if Phoenix was sitting there saying, we really need Grayson Allen, then okay, I understand the Milwaukee part of it a little bit more.
I just don't see that being the case.
I just don't see that being the case, because you already got Eric Gordon, and you already got Yuta Watanabe as like a wing shooter, a little bigger.
Shooters now, though, bro. Let's be honest.
Yeah, you got some shooters, exactly. So, like, why would you demand Grayson Allen out of that? You know, like, so I don't see that being the...
Well, he's one of the shooters.
Yeah, but you already got... I mean, he's what? He's a 2-guard only, basically.
But now we got shooters on shooters on shooters.
But I don't even know if he should play. Like, should he play over Eric Gordon? He's not going to play over Beal. He's not going to play over Booker. He doesn't fix the problem of maybe needing a point guard. Like, he's a little small for the 3. You also got back Nasir Little. You have Josh Okogie there. So it's just like, why did you need Grayson Allen?
Well, we could bring him in at point guard and let him kick the other point guard in the junk.
See, exactly. Yeah. So instead of getting Pat Beverly to do that, who you hate, you get Grayson Allen.
True.
But Pat Beverly's more of a point guard.
Yeah, I'm happy with Beal at point guard. I know that sounds pie-eyed, but
no, I mean that's kind of what you got to do.
Will see. I think people will see how good he can handle the one. It's kind of shocking how good of a facilitator he is, because he's not known for that. He's known for being a scorer.
It's just who's going to play point guard when he's not in the game then?
No, Jordan Goodwin.
Yeah.
Jordan
Goodwin's okay. Like
he's okay.
He's okay for he's good for a throw in that trade.
Is he better than Campaign at point guard?
Maybe for that team.
Maybe for that team, defense,
But,
yeah.
Yeah, it's just I don't see why you needed Grayson Allen in this deal. Like
I don't either.
So that's the thing is, like, if you were demanding him, I just think that's kind of strange to me.
How hard do you think Cronin laughed when we asked for Shaedon Sharpe? Like, on a scale of 1 to 10?
I don't think you guys ever did. I think that was just completely made up. Like,
imagine if it was just made up.
I don't. Okay, here's the thing. Flex definitely gets some insight, all right? I feel like he tries to fill in the gaps sometimes, and it's very off. And I feel like that's what that was. I'm not saying he doesn't get intel or doesn't have sources or any of that. I just feel like sometimes he tries to fill in the gaps a little bit, and it just doesn't make sense.
Counterpoint. Your boy Ishbia is a fantastic negotiator and businessman. One of the number one rules when it comes to negotiating is you start high so that when they pull back, they don't get to pull back as far.
But you start realistically high, right?
Does Daryl Morey start realistically? No.
But that doesn't even result in anything. Like, Masai has done nothing because that's how he is, What has Masai done in the last 3-4 years since the Kawhi trade? He's done basically nothing because he overvalues his own guys and, like, starts way too high and isn't willing to come down. So it's like, yeah, obviously you meet in the middle. It's just starting with something that has not a snowball's chance in hell of ever even being considered or talked about just feels pointless. So I don't think they did. Maybe they did, but I don't know why it'd be then reported like they are targeting Shaedon or looking at Shaedon Sharpe. Like,
I want to say something, but let me just first say, They Call Me Juicy says he just announced that Josh Richardson will wear number 0. That's funny. But anyways, so anyone who knows the Portland situation knows that they only felt comfortable finally moving on from Dame because they have Shaedon Sharpe. Okay. Yeah. Like they were basing, like, every Portland fan pretty much outside of the hater Tory was saying that Shaedon Sharpe, you cannot trade Shaedon Sharpe this summer, right? You cannot do it, right? He's like a fan favorite. Everyone loves him. The cool dunks, the athleticism, the potential, right? Like, the Portland's fan base love for Shaedon Sharpe made the organization think that they could possibly move on. And then you add Scoot too, and it's in their mind they can now finally do that while, like, being like, but look over here, we have Scoot and Sharpe, right? So they were not going to move those guys and Damian Lillard. Like, it makes no sense. Like, so anyone who says that Sharpe was involved in the Damian Lillard trade or an Ayton trade, just like that's like inconceivable that anyone would even consider that if you knew the circumstances behind it.
I don't think Flex was saying that, and Portland's really considering it.
No, I know, but
he was just saying this is what the Suns are asking for.
Sharpe, the point. Go ahead, Eric.
Sharpe was as close to untouchable as any player in the league this summer. Let's just put it that way.
And if you watched me and Sundo's video, we both said it makes no sense that they would give up on this guy to get Ayton.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like, from Phoenix's part in that whole report, like, if they asked for it, it's just completely silly, because it's like if we went to you and said, hey, do you want Jusuf Nurkic to replace Ayton? Okay, well, what about Devin Booker? Like,
right.
What are we doing here? You know?
And I know you guys
not saying
aren't
Sharp's
saying,
as good as Booker.
Yeah, I know you guys aren't saying he's on the same level, but yeah, he's in the untouchable range of, like, it would take something way better than Ayton to pull that off.
Hold on. Flex, your boy Flex was saying, like, Detroit was willing to give up the 5th pick for Ayton and also teased the 3rd pick, which was Scoot for Ayton. Like, it's just, I don't know. And Dame for Ayton, well, like,
Dame kind of got a trade.
In the end, Ayton
Flex was right, like he always is.
In the end, Ayton was only worth Jusuf Nurkic and Nasir Little.
Don't forget Grayson Allen.
And Keon Johnson.
You gave up Tamani.
Keon.
You gave up Tamani. I would rather have Tamani than Keon Johnson. You think? Okay, Gabe. You adding Keon Johnson and Grayson Allen to, like, what Ayton was worth does not help your point at all. Like, that's all he was worth.
It really doesn't.
Like, we were talking about Scoot Henderson, and we went from there to, like, Jusuf Nurkic is the best piece you're getting back in the deal. Nasir Little's the second best piece.
This just tells me that the Suns had enough of Ayton's lack of effort.
Yeah.
Well, if they did, though, Gabe, why didn't they trade him for the 5th pick? Or why didn't they trade him to Dallas for the 10th pick if that was on the table? Like, it's just none of that stuff
wasn't
on the table then. Yeah.
Wasn't.
Like, his value, I just always thought, was overstated.
And that's why I'm scared about Ayton. I know he still has potential, but the fact that they were willing to just dump him at this juncture instead of letting him see what it's like under Vogel first, that scares me.
But what if, Eric, what if he doesn't live up to the expectations or live up to whatever, and he's still just a 18-11 guy? Would you be kind of happy with an 18-11?
No, not on a max contract.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
If he was making Nurkic money, he wouldn't be a Blazer right now. You know what I mean? Like, part of it is because he's on a max contract. That's part of the reason you did that.
Yeah, like if he was making like $20 million or less, or like he had Miles Turner contract or something, it wouldn't even be a question. You absolutely take a chance on him. But the fact that he's on a max contract, and with Portland's situation the last couple of years with Dame, and not be willing to pay what it takes to build a winner, it's going to hinder. If he's not better than advertised, it's going to hinder what they can do moving forward in terms of adding more pieces around them and eventually building a contender. So we either need him to be great, or it's going to take a lot longer until his contract's off the books in 3 years to get there.
I remember being mocked soundly. I remember you two mocking the Suns for giving him so much money. Who would pay him? You would.
Indiana would pay him.
Indiana.
Yeah.
Indiana.
Well, okay. So are you saying we should mock our GM right now? Is that what you're saying?
Cronin is...
Because I'm more than happy to.
Okay.
Cronin is way too sexy to be mocked. That's what you're running up against.
That's just because you both are bald.
I got to correct you, though, Gabe. I was of the whole year he was pouting because he didn't get the max contract extension from the Suns. I was saying that was the right move by the Suns. No matter how much that hurts Ayton, you dare him to find a max contract. And it almost worked out to where no team like this. That was like later in free agency that the Pacers did that. I still don't even know why they did that.
Yeah.
But like it wouldn't.
You know what it is? It's Kevin Pritchard screwing the Blazers in the long run.
And really, it was he only got 4 years instead of 5 if you signed him to an extension without him going to free agency. So you saved a year of having to pay him too.
They did it the long way. I think Sarver knew one way or another I can get him on 4, which is so what it sounds like is that you two are really big Sarver fans now. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, absolutely
not. Don't even put that out there.
He helped you. He's done miracles on you.
Okay, Kanye, go ahead, Eric.
See, that's why I would have traded him that season so you didn't have to worry about it the season he was in his 4th year of his rookie deal. But like you guys thought you were coming off a finals run.
You probably could have gotten a lot more back than what you just got for him. If
you guys could have had Miles Turner. Like if the Pacers wanted him, that's what you should have done. Instead of letting him sign to a contract, you should have just taken Miles Turner and TJ McConnell then and let them have Ayton, and you guys would be sitting pretty right now with a defensive center. And I think
you spread the floor. Yeah.
But see, Miles Turner, he will shoot the three, but he don't shoot a good percentage. Like he chopped.
Last year, I think he was decent.
Was he?
Yeah, he was last year.
Yeah, that was the case before last year, and then last year he shot 37%.
He was over 40 a lot of last year. He always tails off at the end. He gets off to really hot starts.
Talk to me about Nurk's three-point shooting. What's the dealio with that?
Last year was the first year it was ever legitimate. He never really shot before and didn't make any before, and then last year he shot 2.3 threes per game in 27 minutes and made 36% of them. The year before he made 27% of them, shooting only 1 a game.
How do you think Eubanks feels backing up Nurkic again? What was their relationship like?
I don't know what their relationship is, but I mean, he knew he was going to be the backup behind Ayton, so I don't think it matters who that is. But maybe he thinks he can play more now that Ayton's gone.
This is just the weirdest world we're living in, man.
But I think that's going to become a factor at some point in this season, the lack of depth at center for you guys. Because that's what we've been talking about all offseason with Nurkic. We have we signed Moses Brown, and we have some 2-way contracts in Abubaji and stuff, but we don't really have a legit center to
wait. You guys are forgetting somebody who's still on the Suns team. You guys are making a crucial mistake here.
What scrub are we forgetting?
Ime Udoka Azubuike.
That's what you're calling Udoka Azubuike? Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Did he sign a 2-way, or is he on the actual roster? Does he actually
I think a 2-way.
Yeah.
That's a Big Daddy Ayton replacement.
He's just that's it.
I'd rather be on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
You should have signed Keita on a 2-way. That would have been the guy to get.
Keita?
Neemias Keita, you know who that is?
Oh, I thought you were talking about Bates Diop. No, I literally don't.
Yeah, you should have had 2 Keitas. One with a Q, one with a K.
Oh,
Keita
that
with
Keita.
a K. I can just see you on watch parties. Keita with a K and Keita with a Q. Just saying that repeatedly.
And getting tongue-tied.
Yeah.
Tyler James says Tori and Eric hate Bull. Bull's fine, a rebuilding team, but a team trying to win that needs a defensive center, I don't think Bull is the right fit at all.
You guys got some guys that are questionable in terms of defensive IQ awareness stuff. Nas is one of them, Jrue Eubanks is one of them, Bull's one of them.
I like Chimezie Metu as a undersized center as well.
I like him as a third string. He's a good third string. Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to watch your bench play out. I think you guys should be trying to flip Grayson Allen for a piece that makes a little more sense. Maybe salvage this deal a little bit.
Grayson Allen, bro. Never thought he would be a Sun.
Dude, I can't believe Ant's the only guy back from that team. You see that picture of the plane where, Eric, where they cross out the people who have left from, the playoff run? I just saw it. Kevin tweeted it. It's kind of making me sad, bro.
I know.
It's just, everybody has
weird.
an X over them except for Anthony Simons, and it's I could see us trading him this year, so we can just go all in on Scoot and Sharp. It's just kind of starting to hit me right now. Just
you guys really gave Cronin the keys and said, "Do what you want with this thing." Or Jody Allen is really pulling the strings herself, but
no, it's Cronin. Cronin is. I'm trying not to be hard on Cronin on this stream, but yeah, God, dude. Just makes me sad.
I think
Anyway.
the Suns. I just think the Suns gave up on Ayton because he probably you guys saw the rebound heard around the world, the non-rebound.
Yeah,
I think that
type of stuff I will rage at if we're trying to win. If we're like competitive in a playoff series and he's doing that stuff, dude.
I'm sure you've done that on the court,
to
though,
not
right?
get
I'm sure you've done that to where your body is physically exhausted. You got no wind.
Gabe,
layup goes
you are not making excuses for that play right now. You're not making excuses. I will not hear you out on this. You're not making excuses for that play.
Let me just play devil's advocate.
No, you railed on him for that play. I will not. This is like first take now. Or
I'm still saying it's wrong.
You will not.
It's still wrong.
We would have boxed out the first time and not let him get the first rebound.
Yeah, it doesn't take much energy to just turn around and put your ass on someone.
But pause. But haven't you done that to where you get out of position and you're watching the MVP go up for a point blank layup and your brain is telling you he's hitting that. He's definitely going to hit that layup because I got out of position and I have no wind.
But okay,
he never even caught the ball. He's just batting at it.
Let me say this: if it was a player that was known for hustle and rebounding and not doing that, not having attitude problems or a questionable work ethic, I would 100% agree with you. It's a one-time thing. It happens every once in a while. You just like you said, your body just doesn't do what your mind's thinking, or maybe you just don't.
Your mind tricks you. Your mind.
You don't want to get maybe you don't want to get into foul trouble and do something stupid or give them an and one. That's fine. But when it is a player that's like that, I mean, you can't give him that excuse. You just, unfortunately, you just can't. Yeah, they haven't earned the right for that to be an excuse.
Gabe, I haven't been able to play basketball in 2 weeks. As you know, I sprained my ankle. And why did I sprain my ankle? Because I tried to jump as high as I can to tip out a rebound, and I landed on the dude I was trying to jump over, basically, and I sprained my ankle. All right, so I do not relate to that play at all.
It's fair.
Great, Reddit's gonna be pissed. Crap.
Take it back. Take it back.
Dang it. Tori's reliving his glory days and thinks he can play in the G League. That was a comment I saw on Reddit recently. So, yeah.
I don't want to root against DA. That's the other thing.
Don't root against them then. Why you gotta root against them? You don't gotta root against us.
It's the same situation.
We're not going to be competing for a while with you. So.
Yeah.
Right. But it's not about that. It's about I don't want another TJ. No one wants this. You don't ever want to make a trade and then have that dude go flourish because it makes the trade. It diminishes the value of the trade for your side. You know, like we didn't like it when TJ Warren went and did a Michael Jordan impression in the bubble because it made it look bad.
Yeah. But Gabe, you got Beal for nothing, okay? If you just look at the whole offseason, you still.
We gave up Shamit.
Oh, shut up with Shamit, bro. You're happy you gave up Shamit.
We gave up the Warriors.
You had aneurysms over Shamit.
Yeah, it was an incredible fleece, and then we just went and fleeced ourselves. Why did you guys get Shamit to begin with? Because Monty loved him.
Well, you got rid of Monty too, so you're good. And also, you don't have to worry about like, oh, we need a million point guards because Chris Paul won't stay healthy. Now you got a guy who Beal's pretty injury prone though. Maybe you do need a point guard right now.
Booker can play the point as well.
I just think you need another guy.
Say whatever you want. Booker has made fantastic.
I'm not saying he can't in a pinch. I just don't know if I'd want him there like full time.
We had this issue with Brandon Roy for years. Like everyone was saying, make him the full-time point, but whenever he did that, it was too taxing on him, and his offense suffered, and then his defense suffered. So yeah, they can play it. Like there's no doubt about that. I just don't think. It's like the best to go into a season with those two as your point guards.
Taylor Packer asked, does Ayton have any socials? Has he said anything yet? He has a PSN. So yeah. he's already rocking the Blazers.
He's
in the rec right now.
I heard he already has a Blazers shirt on, though.
He's got a Blazer shirt on in the rec.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That is so fitting.
Yeah. Yeah, it was almost immediate.
Let me think some donations. $2 dono from Iverson, Gabe. Your guy Iverson said, Nurkic, my next enemy. Good luck, DA. Come on, Iverson. Give my boy Nurk a chance, bro.
I'm giving Nurk a chance. What's going on, Iverson?
Yeah, I can't wait for you to defend Nurkic, Gabe. Let's go. That's going to be so much fun to see from the outside looking in.
I know it's going to happen. Nurk's going to be decent, and everyone's going to be like, what are all these clowns talking about? He's fine. Like, like you got all these national people saying he's like the worst player in the league, and Portland's doing everything they can to get him off their roster and stuff.
When there was rumors that Phoenix was looking for him, I started to see the narrative shift, Eric. All of a sudden, like, Nurkic actually wouldn't be that bad of a pickup. It's like, oh my god, he's awful when he's on our team, but if he's on the Suns, he's just
automatically better. I see the same thing with Ayton, with people in this the very chat who were saying things like just clowning Ayton for the missed rebound and the missed this and the missed that. And it's like the jokes about him being on PSN 24/7 and now a little bit of backtracking from Blazers fans. It happens because
we never said he was like the worst center in the league and like the Blazers or the Suns were screwed because they couldn't escape his inescapable gravity or whatever the hell people have said, dude. Like, the narrative with Ayton and Nurkic was not the same. It was not the same.
Yeah.
It was not the same. Maybe you'll realize that once you have Nurk for a bit, but yeah.
I like Nurkic's style. Like, if I was a big man in the NBA, in fact, the last 3 seasons in 2K, I've created a big man because I love playing center, and my center, I'm not joking. Every center I build, one of his 3 players that they say similarities of is Nurkic. Like, I like Nurkic's style. I like good passing, good rebounding, can step out and hit a 3 if need be. I like that style. I like possession big men who can just save you. Like, he kind of dog walked Ayton. If you go back and look at like the first couple of games of the season, Ayton versus Nurk dog walked him. Yeah. I mean, Nurk had great stats against the Suns going up against Ayton.
I do think you see this with big men sometimes. Brook Lopez in Milwaukee, and I mean Marc Gasol was a good defensive center, but like you put him on a roster like Toronto, and it's like an elite lineup. I do think that Nurk could get a jump playing on an elite team like that, and I also think if he's on a team, like unfortunately the Suns aren't the perfect team for this, because like Milwaukee has like Jrue and Middleton and Giannis, who are all good defenders, so that lets Brook just be a rim protector. So Nurk's gonna get caught in a lot of pick and rolls and stuff, but it won't be like the Blazers where it was like exclusive pick and rolls for him on defense, because they'll also attack some of your other players too. So I don't think it'll be that bad, but I do think that Nurk potentially, if he was on a good team that had a good team defense, would look amazingly better, and everyone would be like, "What? He can play defense now?"
Hey, that's true. I mean, you talked about Vogel. Vogel's teams always have a top 10 defense or better.
Yeah.
And I guess I will be interested to see what he can do with Nurkic. He made Roy Hibbert look like an all-star.
Yeah.
It'll be fun to collaborate over the season on.
Oh, dude, it's going to make the collaborations 10 times more insane.
Yeah, we play you guys 4 times this year too, so golly. Let's go. I'm ready for it. Let me finish the donations. Pineapple's $2 donation says, Gabe, get ready for Eubanks versus Nurkic. Get ready. Just get ready, because we experienced it all year last year. I will. If you need someone to back you up, if Nurkic is getting too much hate, I will be there. Okay, just call.
If Nurkic, if I turn into one of those guys, I turn into one of those guys. I might end up being one of the guys that calls for Eubanks over Nurk.
I will fly to Texas and slap you.
Hey, what about the effect that Vogel is going to have on. Maybe Vogel can help Eubanks with his defensive inefficiencies, which are he switches out onto guards and doesn't go back to his guy. He bites off more than he can chew. He chases blocks. I gotta think that
you could say maybe Vogel could fix any defender in the league. I mean, maybe
not fix, but improve.
I mean, maybe. Can't rule it out.
No?
Maybe, but
you got more donos.
Yeah. I don't want to have a Eubanks versus Nurkic argument either. Shout out to Mace Taggart, $2 donation.
We're done with that, Tori.
Yeah, not yet. Okay, I did not mentally. I thought we were done with it for good, and now we're not, and I'm still kind of wrapping my head around that. Shout out to Mace Taggart, $2 dono, says, like the trade so far, what can we get for Jrue? I have a random trade idea for Jrue that is just brings everything full circle to an even fuller extent, and it's kind of funny. Shout out to Antoine Thomas, $5 donation, says, let's be honest, Nas Little is another Martell Webster, maybe 2.0 Martell Webster. I don't think he's Martell Webster at all.
I mean, it's possible, but I'd still give him a chance.
Yeah, I mean, Nas, I think, plays harder, and he works pretty hard. I don't know how hard Martell Webster worked, but like Nas is more so injuries. I guess maybe they're similar, but I think Nas has more to his game than Martell Webster did. Shout out to We Lacked Intensity, $2 donation, says, Ayton is the Greg Oden we never had.
And he looks old too. Ayton looks 10 years older than he really is.
I think he's saying that more than his actual play style. I think he's saying he looks like
Why would we want
25
another Greg Oden
going on 45?
Man, okay, you saw that trade that I teased on that donation message? Get this. You know what would make a lot of sense right now? Would be Jrue Holiday, and I don't know how many first-round picks we can get, but Jrue Holiday for Chris Paul.
Don't you guys not want guards?
No, but if we can get 2 firsts out of Golden State because they would rather have Jrue Holiday than Chris Paul.
Plus Chris Paul.
They can't trade 2 firsts, can they?
Moody and Kuminga, they're talking about instead.
Yeah, or if it's not first, if it's Kuminga, I'll take Kuminga in a first is equivalent to 2 firsts. I would take Kuminga in a heartbeat. Yeah. Well, yeah. But Kuminga I like.
But then what do you do with Chris Paul?
I don't know, but we got him and Ayton.
He thinks he's going to start. He thinks he's going to start for the Warriors. Maybe you guys buy him out, and then that's the second team to buy him out, and then we get to grab him back and say,
we trade him for Kyle Lowry.
Just kidding.
So we reunite Chris Paul and Ayton, and then we trade Chris Paul for Kyle Lowry so the Heat finally get a point guard. And it's just full circle. It just touches upon every little aspect.
Real quick, Mark Spears is saying that Aaron Goodwin privately told both Milwaukee and Brooklyn that Dame would be interested in joining them 10 days ago.
Yep. I saw that tweet. Forgot to mention it. Yeah.
But I thought you were going to say this, Tori. I thought, you know how we were trying to trade Anthony Simons and picks for OG?
Yeah.
I was going to say, what if we... because they have filler they could match. Like, what if we gave up picks to get OG still?
What do you mean? With Jrue Holiday?
Yeah. Like Jrue and a couple firsts.
Shut up. No. God. What? So what? For Dame, we trade Dame in a first for Ayton and OG?
Well, no, because we got a first, so it would just be Dame for Ayton and OG.
Why wouldn't we have just done the Toronto trade? Like, why wouldn't Toronto have done the Portland trade? Like, it's just sense.
I got a question for you guys.
Because Grayson Allen wasn't on Toronto.
Shut up, Toronto. Stop trolling me. Go ahead, Gabe.
So I know you guys are like this with Nurkic. So you guys can put in a good word and get him to come on our channel, right?
He never came on our channel, so how would he?
He never, yeah. But I do know somebody that knows him.
Put in a word. Get
DA on our channel and we'll make it happen.
Because whichever one of him or Eubanks comes on our show first, that's who we're gonna cheer for.
Oh my god. Good. Okay, why don't you just start off with anyone first, and then we'll go from there.
That's true. That's true. We should probably
Nurkic is the type of guy that might be willing to do that sort of stuff, though.
We should probably get Udoka first. Start with a two-way player.
Yeah, just start anywhere. I mean, maybe I can help you with that. Maybe I can help you with a certain someone.
Do you guys feel like the Suns at least got deeper than they were before? Or no?
Did they get anybody better than who else they would play? It just depends on if Nas can find some consistency and break out a little bit, yes. If not, then it's just kind of like redundant and doesn't really improve them.
I think it's important because the Suns basically had, other than Ayton, nothing to trade, right? Because they'd already traded all their tradable contracts. So I think worst case scenario, I know you don't really have picks or anything to attach, but you could easily move a Nas or Grayson Allen or them together at some point between now and the trade deadline, and like I said, get TJ McConnell for Nas or something like that. I think those kind of trades open back up now, because before you didn't even have a contract to match those guys once you traded Campaign.
Yeah.
I wonder, that tweet from Mark Spears, like, was it really Portland just did not want to deal Dame to Miami? I think there is some element of that. But also, what was Miami's package? Were they giving up the most? If they were, then we probably should have taken that instead. Unless we can flip Jrue for more than I expected. Because you're basically just saying, like, the difference between Jrue and Dame is one unprotected pick and a couple swaps, and it's not. Like, there's a bigger difference in value there.
Yeah. To me, it's just weird that they would say, if it takes months, it takes months, but we're going to do what's best for us, and then not do what's best for them. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, like, do what's best for you then, if that's the whole point.
Yeah.
So if they didn't do what's best for them just to spite Miami, I have a problem with that. Mm-hmm. But I don't know if that's what happened or not. So.
I'm so glad I never bought an Ayton jersey. I resisted, dude. I knew something was going to happen.
Eric,
all these years.
An Ayton jersey.
I mean, my jinx might be over. I bought
because you bought an Ant jersey and he's the only one left.
And ever since I bought it, it was like, oh, they're trading it for sure this summer, and then nope.
Wow.
He's in like every trade rumor.
Jimmy Butler talking about the NBA needs to look into the Bucks for tampering. I'm just gonna put that out there. Y'all didn't hear it from me. What? I mean, they're mad. Miami's big salty.
Yeah,
I'm kind of happy you guys didn't give him to Miami, because they were really trying to play hardball with you guys.
What I was told by that Miami pod that I went on that Jimmy was asking them to get him some more pieces this summer, so he's probably not happy that they didn't
do anything. Yeah, I mean, they wanted to be in play for Giannis, right? Well, too bad you don't get Dame or Giannis, because Dame's with Giannis. Now what? Embiid, like, Miami, it feels like one of those teams that's just never going to win because of this. Never going to win a championship with this iteration of the team, because they weren't willing to do what it takes. Because they're not winning a championship unless they get that type of player, in my mind.
Are y'all rooting for the Bucks at all?
Yes.
I mean,
they're not playing the Blazers, I guess, but I'm not hell-bent on the Blazers winning anyway. I am rooting for Dame. And I already really liked Giannis. I was rooting for the Bucks, like, when they won the championship. Like, that whole playoff stretch, I was, like, quietly rooting for the Bucks, because I love how Giannis has stayed loyal to Milwaukee, and I love how they're willing to take a chance to build around him. And, like, I've kind of like Chris Middleton, too. So I like the roster. I love Giannis, and I love Dame, so.
I think if they got like a Harden or a Jrue Holiday type player, I think they'd be fine. but
Miami.
Miami.
Yeah, I just don't know if Jrue Holiday solves their issues.
Yeah, well, Holiday to Philly, Harden to Miami, and
yeah, I mean
picks to us, Lowry and picks.
Yeah, I would if Miami was willing to trade.
That all works financially.
See, if Miami was willing to trade like one unprotected 2028 first or 2029 first, right? The same year as we have Milwaukee's, so we'd have 3 firsts, all no protections on them in 2029, and then they were also willing to give us swaps in 2028 and 2030, where like we could swap whatever pick we have between us and Milwaukee, we could then swap it with Miami. You're getting closer to guaranteeing that you're getting a top pick in one of those years. So,
and you're also maximizing the value, yeah.
Yeah, so if it was something like that where it's like 2 swaps in a first from Miami because they're getting Harden and then Philadelphia's getting Jrue Holiday, then, and I think Jrue Holiday would make a lot of sense in Philadelphia actually next to Maxey to allow him to step into that lead guard role maybe, but so I would be okay with that because then you get 2 unprotected firsts and 4 unprotected swaps basically. So it's, you know, basically I just want to try. I want a year of contending and having a top draft pick at the same time because that is heaven for me. That is my dream. I want to be talking about prospects and playoff series at the same time.
Yeah.
In June. Obviously, we're not going to focus much on prospects if we're in the finals.
But that's why I wanted, like, 3 unprotected firsts for Dame instead of good players. Because that would have given us multiple years of that.
Yeah.
Because we technically had, well, it was unprotected to the Pelicans, but the Pelicans, for some reason, would only trade it to us top 4 protected. But we did have Milwaukee's 2025 first at one point.
Yeah. Yeah.
How does it feel? How does it feel to fleece somebody?
Fleece you guys? I don't feel like we fleeced anyone. We lost our best player in franchise history. I don't feel like we fleeced anyone.
Yeah.
just the center aspect.
I still don't feel like we fleeced.
Yeah, I don't consider it a fleece because of the contracts.
You got Bradley Beal for what again, Gabe? We should be asking you what it feels like to fleece someone.
That was a former fleecing, but now we've decided to go on the other side of it, you know, and like just it's like we just wanted to be like when you're a kid and your parents give you a $20 bill and you're like, I gotta go spend it. Like we were just money burning a hole in our pocket. Like, where can we spend Ayton? Where can we?
If done something in a while, need to do something.
Yeah, I'm happy to get Nurk. It's just. Where's the better player? The player better than Nurk in that trade for us? Where's that guy?
I don't know.
I think it would have been a home run if you got that guy with Nurk, but yeah.
If you got a Caleb Martin with Nurk, it'd be a win.
Even Caleb Martin.
Caleb Martin, Nas, and Nurk is a W. I'm kind of confused as to what you guys are doing, but Gabe, create some storylines and create some intrigue for next season for us, and I love that part of it too. Like, I'm more happy about that than getting Ayton. Like, I get to see, we get to do some collaboration stuff. Anyway, let's just put you in a timeout. Okay.
I'm happy.
Ban anyone who trash talks you in chat. By the way, Gabe, you have my blessing.
The Suns do kind of goofy.
Tricks on them. I haven't been paying attention.
Yeah.
Well, they're not.
Said you were goofy.
They're not completely wrong.
So I put him in timeout because we don't stand for that. This is how you treat your guests, person in chat. This is how you treat your guests. Really? You invite guests over to your house. You insult them. Come on, bro. We don't stand for that. I will stand up for you, Gabe.
I need a hero.
Oh man. All right, so I think we're about ready to wrap up. We've been going for 4.5 hours. It does not feel like 4.5 hours. Wow.
If anybody wants to continue talking about it or hearing about it from a Suns bummed out perspective, where we're trying to play mental gymnastics and convince ourselves we didn't get fleeced, me and Sunday will be going live really soon. So
I'm looking forward to that.
I'm sure you guys will be in there in the chat too. Maybe you guys want to join in, you can or whatever. But
yep, it's time for me to start the video grind, and maybe we can collaborate on some stuff tonight, Gabe. So looking forward to that. And then if Jrue Holiday gets traded, we're going live. So I still can't turn off my freaking ringtone. I still can't turn off my stuff when I sleep because I could see Cronin, just to spite me, making a Jrue Holiday trade at 7 in the morning, just like the CJ trade. So, if Jrue Holiday gets traded, we'll cover it. We'll have a ton of coverage regarding this entire ordeal going on the next couple of days, and then we'll finally move forward and start previewing the season. We're a little bit late on that, but that's because the offseason was still going on and is still going on because who knows where we're going to trade Jrue Holiday. It is so weird to be sitting here talking about Jrue Holiday technically is ours right now to trade. And DeAndre Ayton is ours too. It's just, I don't know what reality I'm living in, but it doesn't feel real. So, any final words, Eric?
Yeah, I just want to once again reiterate for all the people on social media and stuff saying that Tori and I were going to complain no matter what the trade was. It's not true. You obviously do not listen to us or listen to anything we say because that has not been our approach the whole time. We have said multiple times for months now what we would be happy with in a Dame trade, and it was not that much. And once again, we wouldn't have gone after win now type players in a trade. We would have tried to accumulate as much assets in especially first round picks as possible. And that's just our approach to a rebuilding team. So it's not that we're complaining about Joe or what happened. I'll always blame him for getting to this point where we had to trade Dame. But in terms of the trade, it's completely separate from that. It's not something that at any point we were going to complain no matter what, or we just wanted the trade to happen so we could complain. We wanted him to be traded to a team that could offer more first-round picks. That is why we are complaining. If we are even complaining at all, I don't think we've really complained that much.
We haven't, because I think kind of the direction is fine. I was fine with the Ayton part of it 100%. I always said, if we get Ayton and we're not giving up on picks or young players to get him, young players that I value, then I'm completely fine with it. Instead, we got back a young player that I kind of value in Tamani Kamara. So, that part is I'm happy with it. Go in the direction of unprotected picks that have upside in 2028, 2029, 2030. I am happy with that as well. The direction of it. It's just, are we going to maximize value in terms of Dame? Did we give up more? That's kind of one thing I have questions for. I'm okay if we get back 2 firsts for Jrue Holiday. Obviously, it depends on protections and what team's first that is. So it was never a situation where I'm looking for anything to hate on Joe Cronin for. That's why I like setting the precedent before I ever talk about Joe Cronin. I set the precedent going into this offseason. He needed to execute in terms of building a win-now team around Dame, assuming he was serious about doing that. He did not execute. I set the standard for him going into the offseason. I set the standard for what a Dame trade would be based on what was out there, how this entire saga played out. I said it before, so you can't sit there and say, well, you're just hating on him just to hate on him. You can say, it's consistent or not with what I said before. And I feel like when I set the standard, I stick to it, and I'm pretty consistent with it. So this trade, is questionable in terms of how many firsts we get back for Dame. If it's just a first for Jrue Holiday, it does seem kind of bad. But I'm going to analyze it based on the trade, just like I've always said. We just share our opinions, and we try and be as unbiased as possible for our opinions. That's why we don't just blow smoke up this team's ass. That's why we're willing to criticize this organization when we feel like it deserves it, but we also are diehard fans. I mean, last year we hit a buzzer beater against Phoenix. We were streaming with Gabe. Go watch Eric's reaction to that buzzer beater and try and tell him he's not a real Blazer fan over this ordeal. So,
those same people also made fun of me for being too emotional about it, so whatever.
Yeah. So, I don't know what you're supposed to do because you're either too emotional or not enough of a fan or whatever. So, you know what? We're going to keep doing what we do. Gabe's going to keep doing what he does over at Suns Valley Podcast. You can search for him, or Eric, if you still have the link, you can drop it, or I'll drop the link. They'll be going live here shortly, and it's going to be fun to keep up with our former Blazers. Gabe and Sundo is his co-host. They do live watch parties every single game, and they do video content. So if you want to keep up with your Blazers, it's a great channel to go and subscribe to so that you can stay up to date with the latest regarding Jusuf Nurkic, Nasir Little, Jrue Eubanks, and maybe Keon Johnson. We'll see. Anything else? Anything you wanted to say, Gabe, before we sign off?
I'm happy for you guys. It seems like you guys are happy, and you should be. So I mean, it's I'm
happy.
Congrats. Yeah.
We can finally move on, and I mean, not fully because of Jrue, but we can finally move on and talk about non-Dame stuff.
Looking forward to that part of it.
And thank you to everyone in the chat for joining us, whether you watch for a few minutes or the whole time. Appreciate all of you. Thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, remember to get a Manta mask. These for your loved ones, yourself. Didn't your wife buy one of these?
Yes, she loves it, man. She loves
them. Well, there's your review. Gabe's wife loves them, so you should get them. There's a link in the description. Manta sleep masks. Use the promo code Uprise, 10% off. It helps out the channel. It can help out you get better sleep. It can help out someone you care about. What were you gonna say, Eric?
I was gonna say, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Whoops.
Yeah.
I know it was profound. It would have been profound.
It's always profound. Always. So, anyway, we'll be live again, assuming there's not.
Oh, I remember now. Yeah,
Go.
that's
Here
what
it
was.
is. Here it is.
That's what it was. It'll be just like the Gary Payton the second signing in like 20 minutes or something. We're gonna have to come back on.
Oh God, man. Yeah. So we might be live again today, for all we know. We'll be live again when Jrue gets traded. If not, we'll be live again tomorrow. Maybe we do that live stream on this channel just until October. We'll see. But got this channel off the ground and kicking, which is nice. So leave a like on the way out. Thank you to everybody who donated and all the channel members.
I gotta go coach soccer from 5 to 6, so hopefully it happens at like 6:20, so I can come on.
Yeah, hopefully you'll be here when this thing breaks. Anyway, go check out Gabe's channel. And as he's about to live stream, and I'm curious to see his stream chat. And thank you for joining us, Gabe. Appreciate you as always.
Thanks for having me, man.
Of course.
Bye, Gabe.
Later,
That being said, that's a wrap. Until next time, peace out. Go Blazers.